Madam President, are you ready for roll call? Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Delucia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Aaron Johnson. Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. All right. It is 6:16 p.m. and with a quorum of the board present, I will now call this meeting, a regular meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees for September 30th to order. We'll move on to the next item of our agenda, which is the opening ceremony. And we'll open up with our Pledge of Allegiance. Before we stand, let me tell you who will be leading us tonight. Leading the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge tonight is Cadet Master Sergeant Dylan Bigini. There we go. He is the son of Paul Bigini and Jean Allen. Dylan is a junior at the Leander High School, where he is in the support squadron commander in charge of personnel, logistics, and public affairs for 100 cadets, y'all, in the Air Force Junior ROTC program. Dylan is also the commander of the model rocketry and quadcopter competition teams. I've got to go see what that is all about. Dylan avidly participates in the school robotics club, and he enjoys everything and anything related to technology. After graduation, Dylan plans to major in engineering at the Texas A&M and then pursue a career in technology. Thank y'all. So please join me and rise as we have Cadet Master Sergeant Dylan leading us this evening in our pledge.
Please stand for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States.
We're going to start it over and start with our leader this second. With volume is what we're hoping. But thank y'all for joining in and getting us going. That's great.
Please stand for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now, the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, the next agenda item, I am so excited, is our recognition for one of our campuses tonight. We have a spotlight on learning, and so we will have our very own principal come talk to us about Reed Elementary School.
Can you hear me? Hi. Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing, I'm excited to share with you a spotlight on learning from Reed Elementary. My name is Paige Collier. I'm the proud principal at Reed. I'm honored to represent the Roadrunners tonight, and from our students, teachers, and staff, parents, and volunteers, we are proud to share what makes us unique and also part of the amazing community of learners and leaders in Leander ISD. Reed Elementary is a dual language, Leader in Me, Lighthouse certified campus. Our mission is to develop a community of leaders for a better world. We have a culture of kids first that is felt from the moment that you enter our beautiful school. Students are celebrated, valued, and embraced for who they are and how they each can lead. At Reed, all of our students belong, and inclusivity is among our core beliefs. If you were to come to Reed, you would see open neighborhood spaces that foster innovation and creativity. You would witness a culture of collaboration. As a school of enrolling more than 600 students this year, we see everyone as language learners. We have the honor to serve more than 300 dual language students in our dual language program who are learning both English and Spanish through rigorous language-rich experiences. The goal is to grow our language learners into bilingual, biliterate, and multicultural citizens. I think it's important for me to convey that Reed Elementary students and staff feel excited and happy to be back at school. Our students know that they are loved, and our staff understands that they are making a difference. As part of our Leader in Me program, and as a recipient of the Lighthouse certification, each and every student at our school has a leadership job. Each person at Reed writes and shares their own mission statement. Each student sets and tracks their academic and personal goals. Our students share how our school can continuously improve. Every child is taught that they can lead. There is a palpable, positive energy in this place that serves and empowers young learners. Tonight, we have for you a small taste of that positive energy in a video that was made for you by our students and staff who lead Reed. Thank you for the opportunity to spotlight our learning today.
Amelia, what do you love about coming to school?
What I love about coming to school is that we get to have fun and make new friends and learn about all sorts of different things, do a ton of activities and learn new things. And all the students are really nice and teachers. Everyone's super kind to each other. And it's just a lot of fun because we get to do a ton of different activities.
Thank you. Logan, describe your best learning experience so far.
Learning about the Bill of Rights.
My favorite thing that I've learned this year is learning about circuits in science class.
I love coming to school because I learned a lot of things I didn't know before. I love coming to school because I get to meet my friends and learn about cool stuff.
Reed Elementary is a proud dual language and Leader in Me Lighthouse School.
All right, Principal Collier, thank you so much for presenting that little highlight of Reed Elementary. It's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to our communication announcements, and we'll start with our superintendent remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everybody. Board members, the balloons are here with some notes from our staff just because they wanted to say thank you for the tireless effort that you put into our district and our kids. And so it's just a tiny little token of our appreciation for the work that you do day in, day out. We're very excited to announce that the district's business office has been awarded the Association of School Business Officials International, or ASBO, Meritorious Budget Award for excellence in the preparation and issuance of its budget for the fiscal year 21-22. The budget adheres to the principles and standards of ASBO International's Meritorious Budget Award criteria, and we just found that out in the last week, so we just wanted to make sure that you knew that. And I'm also very excited to announce that several board members, 3 to be precise, Anna and Alexis and Trish, are going to be presenting at our Continuous Improvement Conference on October 11th and 12th. And so I urge you to make sure you watch out for them, because they're selling tickets, I think, on the, no, just kidding. So the first session is on core beliefs, vision, mission, and strategic planning. They're going to be telling the story that the board has been through as a whole in developing the work that we're doing and continue to do. And then also the second session is around understanding the roles based on the book called The Governance Core. And so I'm very excited to and looking forward to hearing that happen. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Gearing. Board members?
I just wanted to update y'all. This weekend, we had the 2021 TASA-TASB convention, and it was my first convention, and I got to attend with Aaron, Trish, and Alexis. And as a first-time trustee, it was overwhelming. But Alexis was by my side throughout this. She helped me decide what presentations to do and what not to, avoid most of them. But the one that I really, really liked and that really resonated was a spotlight, and it was on student speech online and off campus, and can they really say that? And it talked about the Mahoney, am I saying that right, Aaron? Mahanoy case. Aaron and I both attended this, and it was very interesting, and just, what as a school district, our students and, what are they're held out as far as extracurricular activities, and it was a packed house. But overall, I just want to say thank you to my 4 board members that went this weekend and holding my hand through my first conference, and I can't wait to go back next year.
Just a little update from me. We had on the 21st, which was Tuesday, we had Anna and I got to visit Aiken and Stiles together, and then I got to do Parkside, which was a lot of fun. So we're starting the campus connection visits, and it's fabulous. So I got to see a lot of really cool stuff going on, and I just want to report that learning and connections are happening in our campuses, and they're happening every single day, and it's just amazing. Super excited to be able to do that, and thank you to the CSR team for allowing that to happen. So I appreciate that very much. The other little piece of news is we got to do Bands of America this weekend, and Dr. Gearing and Gloria and I got to go onto the field and congratulate our bands as they competed in the Bands of America contest. LISD did very well. So all of our bands that attended placed within the top 7, which says a whole lot, because this is one of the most competitive regionals that Bands of America has. So they did a great job, and it was a lot of fun to be able to congratulate those students. So thank you.
As we were doing our campus tours, I had the pleasure of touring Vista Ridge High School, and it was fabulous to just see students making those connections. Of course, Principal Johnson took me to the robotics facility, and it's just wonderful to see how they're bringing in computer science, engineering, electrical, mechanical, and the marketing of their item, just all these real life skills all coming together in one space. So that was just a pleasure. Additionally, not this weekend, the weekend before, I attended the MASBA, which is the Mexican American School Board Association Conference in San Antonio. And the conference centers around how we represent and how we advocate for historically marginalized students with a focus on Mexican American students and Hispanic population in school districts. And it was really fabulous to hear kind of the challenges and the celebrations that are happening across the state, and school districts finding really creative and innovative ways to be able to really serve all their students. So I'm excited about this. I know Trish and I have talked a little bit about, we all go to different sessions and do different type of learning, and we try not to talk outside of a board meeting because we don't want to have that quorum, but I'd love to be able to find a way to be able to share, because y'all went to different conference and different sessions, amongst yourselves. And I know our staff, also goes to some of those. Finding some platform that we can share that and just share kind of different things that we learned and different things that we saw from other school districts without getting into any of those violations.
Excellent. Well, you're reading my mind, because that was one of the things I was going to bring up as well. So yes, I did get to go to the Festival of Bands. I think some of our other trustees were there. We were all spread out in the stands. It was wonderful, an awesome celebration, part of our fine arts here in the district, and it was amazing to get to be a part of that. I did get to attend our Leander Key 6 meeting with Dr. Gehring. It was a really good update. We got to hear a lot of information on water and water infrastructure. I know that's something near and dear to our heart as we're talking about how do we expand in the community. And they were going to be sending us some extra resources we can send on to y'all, so y'all can look at that. And Dr. Gehring took great notes, so I'm sure he'll give us a small update too in our Friday memo. Over the weekend, in addition to the conference, kind of alongside of it was also the TASB board meeting and the LAC board meeting. As you know, we only have 4 LAC members, legislative committee members that are elected to the TASB board throughout the state of Texas. And myself and Heather Sheffield, those are Region 13. So you have 2 LAC members from Region 13, which I think just says a lot about our region and leadership here for trustees trying to stay engaged and advocating. One of the discussions was on a toolkit for trustees during divisive times. Whether there's community issues or whatever, there's a perception of divisiveness. But what I found very heartwarming is that the continued focus or the continued statement is, let's remember, we're focusing on students. What are we doing as governance for students and students learning? So I thought that was just a really good reminder. We had an update on SB1 and its potential for negative impact across Texas, but it depends on the language. So just that's something that we're just constantly going to hear. How's it being written? And we're going to be watching that as Black people will end up watching it, and of course our district will be watching that as well, and your legislative committee, because we talked about that here. During the TASB conference, I wanted to point out, when we went to hear Perryman, Dr. Ray Perryman, he noted that almost 80% of the kiddos that we educate in Texas are going to stay here and remain in Texas. And so powerful to think about as trustees, the vision and direction our district is heading in, and what does future ready for our students look like to us. We heard a really good conversation on burnout. To Gloria's point, I think there's excellent learning and training opportunities that were offered throughout the weekend at TASB. I'd love for, as trustees, if you attended that, our MASBA, or any other type of board trustee training, CTSBA met too. If there's something that you want to share, let's right now try to just earmark our remarks to share a learning or something you saw, and then we can see, okay, is that something we need more information on, or is that something we need Donna to start circulating, or then do we need an agenda item? So let's just try to think about, for our next meeting at remarks, is there something we want to share out? I'd like to go ahead and share out that one of the sessions on burnout, which was also something we talked about at our CTSBA meeting last night, It's a concern for those people in the education field. That would be administration, staff, teachers, and trustees. And so how are you doing on mental wellness was a really good question that they asked during the conference and CTSBA. The discussion was around how do you feel as far as satisfaction in your work or volunteer work. It can flag if you have burnout or you are needed small, just check in on how you're doing. One of the things that it also got me thinking about is as we were talking, when we do our meeting, we talk a lot about governance work. When you look at the governance core, are we doing good governance work? Are we focusing on those things that direct our district, that help our kiddos? And then also, the other thought is, well, not only that, but how are we feeling energized and hopeful about what we're doing? So, Laura Lynn's going to help us with a continuous improvement tool. We're thinking of putting it up over there, and we can mark on an X and Y graph of how we think we're doing as far as energized or hopeful, and how we think we're doing governance work. If you have another thought on 2 words or something you want for the X or Y, let Laura Lynn know. I'm not picky. It's just about trying to do that meeting evaluation, which again, we'll see if we can get to tonight for board evaluation of our meeting. SBOE framework training update. Remember, half of us have responded, so please get your results into Donna as soon as possible. And please sign up for the October 19th listening leader sessions. That's where we have that back and forth discussion we talk about with our community. And so the date, if you want to sign up, would be October 19th from 5 to 8 p.m. And that's it. That was a long list because of conference. I apologize. All right. Anything else? All right, let's move on to our agenda. Oh, go ahead.
If I may, I just wanted to share a couple of observations from TASB. I'm going to limit my comments to Commissioner Morath's session. Commissioner went to great lengths to thank everyone in the education community across the state. And he was, I think, almost emotional about the significance of the disruption to education that the pandemic has caused across the state, and very empathetic, I think, to the challenges, the difficulties, the struggles, the effort, the fatigue, and everything that goes with it for all of our families, but in particular for education families. That said, he made the difficult pivot to the reality that for many of our students, this event, this pandemic, educationally, could be a really destructive and even a catastrophic event for their learning, depending on how education systems respond to the gaps and the delays that are occurring in learning for many of our students. And so while we certainly need to continue to be concerned and interested in mental health and mental wellness, we also have to recognize that for many of our students, there's no time like the present, and the sooner and faster that we can help them get back to where they would have been but for the events of the pandemic and the impacts to their educational journey, the better for them and for their families and their livelihoods and their futures. It was a very difficult session because it was pretty raw. But I think I came away from it feeling both the compassion, I think, that we all need to feel for one another and all that we're going through together, but also the resolve that we have to be extraordinarily focused, more focused than ever before on the thing that matters most, which is educational results and outcomes for our students. And so it caused me to think a little bit differently and maybe more pointedly about student academic progress than ever before. So that was one session that had a particular impact on me.
All right. Thank you, Erin. Thank you all for sharing. And we'll now move to our citizen comments portion of our agenda. I said this last time at the beginning of the meeting, so I'll just say this one more time, that I apologize for any confusion that I might have contributed to the issue on decorum. I think the art of discussion and deliberation is something that seems to be becoming a lost practice, but we're going to try to bring it back. My hope is not to get caught up in the emotion. So when I ask for decorum, my intent is trying to bring us back to that center. I just don't think voicing the desire of decorum is getting us where we need to be. So I'm just going to ask and tell you ahead of time what our hopes and expectations are for this meeting. Administration will be empowered to identify if somebody is not following decorum. And I think that's it. I'll move on to the next. I'm trying to find out what did I say last time that I need to say again this time. So we'll move to the actual portion of this where we're getting ready to call up our speakers. Remember, this agenda item is the time that we set up for us during this meeting for us to hear from our community. It is not a back and forth discussion, but as you heard me mention earlier, that October 19th sign up time is a great time to have that back and forth discussion, so you can sign up for that if you want. We are going to be restricted in ways that we can interact with you per our board operating procedures and policy BED local. And it does say that we can't deliberate or make any decisions regarding subject that is not going to be posted on the agenda. Our board operating procedures will enumerate further requests, but I'm going to sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask that the audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outburst or verbal demonstrations during citizen comments. And each speaker this evening will have up to 3 minutes. It is my intention that we respect and honor each speaker's time, but remember, when the chime happens at 3 minutes, please try to be concluding your last word. Remember, when you come up here to the podium, to direct your remarks to the board, not to the audience. And without further ado, we'll call our speaker number 1, who's already there and ready. Thank you so much for coming out this evening.
Thank you. So I've spoken to this board a couple of times before, and in the past I cited facts and statistics and studies, and I've tried to make logical, rational arguments. But I kind of want to take a slightly different approach today because I don't really know that the facts and figures, no matter how true they are really truly persuasive. It feels a lot of times, I think, to ordinary citizens that these comments are kind of just written off as necessary, legally necessary, but irrelevant kind of to the work that you're doing. But I just want to make it known that we feel that a lot of times these comments are not going anywhere, but that we're up here making these comments for our children. We're not going to be backing down. We're not going to let you teach CRT in schools. We're not going to let you read pornographic novels or assign them to students. We're not going to allow transgender madness into our schools. And either you'll hear us, the majority of the parents out there, or we'll send our kids to private schools, we'll homeschool them, we'll send them to pods, whatever we need to do, and in the process make enrollment in this district and your funding collapse. This is our children you're talking about, and we're not going to go away, we're not going to give up, we're never going to stop. So I challenge you to kind of step up and really listen to these comments. Or you can just go ahead and vote in your woke agenda, but know that we will be running candidates against each and every one of you that is polluting our schools with this garbage. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2.
Good evening, trustees and Mr. Gehring, Superintendent. I have good news for you tonight. My comments are going to be pretty brief. I'm not going to use my entire time. The main point that I want to make is that I don't want to argue tonight. I don't want to go back down that road. It's very frustrating, and I found it to be not very productive. The topic that I signed up to speak on tonight is, I called it the masks mandate, but it's really the mask mandate, and like was just spoken, the mask mandate, the CRT, the DEI CRT, whatever you want to call it, and just the general topics, the the books. I want to go on the record tonight once again to say we don't agree. These are our children. We don't agree with what you're doing, and we're not going to go away. So my main point I want to make here tonight is to be on the record once again. We, the public, the parents, don't agree with what you're doing. And that kind of makes you and us into kind of like adversaries. I've been praying about this discussion, this presentation all week. In fact, I've had people all over the country praying with me about it. The Lord tells me that I'm supposed to pray for and love my adversaries. That's very hard to do. Very, very hard to do. But yet, he still commands me to do it. He also tells me that what we're dealing with here is really not, I'm not your adversary, you're not my adversary. This is a spiritual battle. So my real adversary here is a spiritual adversary that is using some of you guys. And he showed me an example this week, and I'm closing now with 2 last points. He showed me an example this week in my prayer and devotional time. One sentence that really sums this whole thing up is from the book of Jude, verse 9, where it says, "Yet Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, when he disputed about the body of Moses, dared not bring against him a reviling accusation, but said, 'The Lord rebuke you.'" That is not to any of you personally. That is to the spirit that is in this place. Finally, a little lighter note as I close. I got a Texas saying. I'm not from Texas, but I got a Texas saying I want to leave with you guys. It's a saying that says, "Don't ever try to teach a pig to sing. It's very frustrating, and it annoys the pig."
All right, speaker number 3. I'm sorry, Brittany, let's go ahead and make sure you turn on your mic. We're going to start your time over again so we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brittany Cantu. I have a daughter in Cedar Park Middle School. I'm here to bring awareness for proper enforcement to the Code of Conduct for LISD. I would like for the board to form a committee to review the policy of reentry of a student who has just been charged with a crime, regardless of their situational background. September 12th, my daughter was assaulted by a Cedar Park Middle School student at Milburn Park, which is less than 300 feet away from school property, which the Code of Conduct considers that to be on campus. That individual was arrested and taken to jail, charged with Class A assault. This dangerous attacker landed 28 punches to my daughter's head in 40 seconds, and followed by posting the entire thing to 3 social media platforms, which is cyberbullying. September 14th, my 11-year-old daughter had to face her violent attacker in the hallways multiple times, unaccompanied by an adult. After reviewing the Code of Conduct, I found 13 violations this attacker and 4 other students involved have committed with very light consequences. Section 5 of the District Code of Conduct ensures the attacker should have been placed in DAEP for a period of up to 30 days. It didn't happen. Parents are outraged that the victim was face-to-face with her attacker just 2 days after the attack. This is unacceptable response to a crime and certainly a danger to not only my daughter, but other Cedar Park Middle School students. LASD needs to take the severity of this offense more seriously and abide by the Code of Conduct set forth to keep these children safe. Multiple people in the LASD district have video of the attack, and little has been done. So that's y'all's responsibility to change that.
Speaker number 4.
It's the right one? Yep. Good evening. First and foremost, thank you, Dr. Jeering, Board of Trustees, including the security team, for your service to the students, teachers, and parents during these unexpected times. My name is Hope Piper. I am here today to ask for your nomination and your votes to be the district's future board representative to the Williamson Central Appraisal District. I was born and raised in the district and have watched it grow from 1 high school, 1990, to 6, and I look forward to seeing it grow even further in the future. As a parent, I have raised 5 children in LISD who I'm happy to say are now all successful college grads, law students, business owners, and a Navy corpsman. In addition to being a lifelong resident in Williamson County, I also have achieved success in a career in real estate, owning my own small local business, and I'm very well aware of the role the appraisal district plays in the life of the local homeowner community, and I believe I would be a fair and effective addition to that board. In many ways, the sum of my life experience has led me here, and I promise to use my learned skills to uphold the county's mission in compliance with the laws of the state of Texas and Leander ISD. This is a wonderful district, and I look forward to serving my community, and I thank you all.
All right, Speaker 5. If you'd press the button right in front of you with a little speaker microphone before you begin your remarks.
I'm the Reverend Joanna Fontaine Crawford. I serve Live Oak UU Church in Cedar Park, and my youngest daughter is a junior at Rouse High School. She told me about a book in her school library, and I am very concerned. One part of the book talks about incest, 2 young women getting their father drunk in order to have sex with him. Another tells about a woman gang raped to death, her body dismembered and the pieces of her corpse sent to different parts of the country. Another story comes back around to the incest theme, telling of a man who conspires to rape his own sister. You don't just have one copy of this book in the Rouse Library, you have several. It is titled The Holy Bible, and these stories are in Genesis 19, Judges 19, and 2 Samuel 13. As someone who holds a bachelor's degree in English and a Master of Divinity degree, I do not believe that you should remove this book, nor do I believe that you should remove the other books from our schools that some parents are demanding. The purpose of education is to teach critical thinking, whether it is the Bible or a modern novel. Our youth need to learn how to examine a book, looking at its context, searching for themes, symbolisms, motivations of characters, and determining their interpretation of the writer's purpose. I absolutely can understand parents wanting to shield their teens from things that go against the parents' values, but we are failing them if we do that. Instead, we need to equip and empower them to think critically and to apply those values that they have been raised with, whether they are interpreting books, news stories, or religious texts. Lastly, I want to give a big thank you to all of the teachers who have taught my children good critical thinking skills. It often meant some spirited debates around the dining room table, and I did not always enjoy those. But I now have a son who is working on a PhD in economics, a daughter who is pre-med, and best of all, another daughter studying to become a high school teacher herself. Bless you all, and thank you.
Speaker number 6.
How's it going? So my wife Brittany was speaker number 3, and we are here to bring awareness to what happened to our daughter. So I'm Louis Cantu. I'm father of Hallie Cantu, who was a victim of a Class A assault charge from a Cedar Park Middle School student. I want to propose to you guys as the board just for better policies for communication with the parents involved in an incident such as the nature of what my wife just described. LISD needs to really re-examine policies, procedures for dealing with such serious offenses. My wife and I have spent countless hours trying to track down the right people to speak to and get any answers we can, and there has been zero response. Some of y'all have, but most of y'all haven't. Important members of LISD have access to this video of the violent assaults, and yet the response that we get is, "I'm sorry." As a parent of this victim, this is incredibly frustrating and concerning for our child's safety every single day. A parent should not feel helpless with the procedures of y'all's school district. A parent should not have to desperately seek information for our protection of our kid. If you are a parent, picture yourself walking in this horrific situation we have been put in with our 11-year-old daughter that was just assaulted 3 weeks ago. Please do your job.
Speaker number 7.
All right. Well, thank you all for what you've been doing. I know a lot of the parents I'm in contact with wanted to show up here to give a modicum of reasoned comments and supportive comments, because I know you have a thankless job. They surely are paying you, what, $2 million each? No. It's a wonderful implement of democracy, but it's very frustrating at times. This is coming from me, someone who believes deeply in democracy, yet I'm perturbed by a lot of things I see at these meetings. I also don't agree with every position that's enunciated by board members. So this is democracy. We have to learn how to live with each other. One thing I would like to remind the board that there's at least one parent, and there's a lot of parents, I believe, that think we need to all practice more civility, and we need not demonize people. I may not like your position, but I shouldn't say you're a awful, evil person or my spiritual enemy or some instantiation of some evil force. I mean, this is not constructive. When we become enemies, our democracy is on its final throes. I still have disagreements with our COVID policy. I think things are getting better. I wish we'd actually have a mask mandate that worked even better than the one we have. But this is democracy. I don't get my way. Too many parents come up here and say, listen to us. And what they're really saying is, do what I, right now, am saying. It is good to listen to parents. It is good to listen to the majority of parents and see where a lot of the public opinion lies. I do not think the loudest voices in this room will be the majority voices, but I could be wrong. We all could be wrong, right? But at any rate, I think a lot of what goes on here, and you know this better than me, this is like my 4th meeting, and it's like a car wreck I cannot get away from. But you need to hear some supportive stuff some of the times. Is this political theater? All the stuff I see on social media and at the meetings like this that call you pedophiles or teaching pedophilia or the uses of obscenity, this just destroys me as someone who teaches the First Amendment in my college classes. Obscenity has a very specific kind of jurisprudential term in free speech. It's different from pornography. So all of these things being lobbed at you, and I know you're just trying to do the best for our children, and I know I will not always agree with your decisions, but I'm glad you listen to me and everyone else. I don't want you to feel bullied by any of the drama that goes on here, the drama specifically directed at you or directed at our wonderful security staff and the superintendent's helpers that help keep order in here. I think you all have made wonderful steps to make this live up to the ideal of democracy, which is where we can have these kind of outpourings of citizens' comments. Obviously not a discussion, but that's a limitation. But at any rate, something still productive. And I think the real tragedy of this, the little girl in the video said it right. Everyone at Reed Elementary is super nice to each other. In the pandemic, the real tragedy is the adults are acting like children, and the children in many ways are acting like adults. I wish we could live up to what that little girl said about everyone being super nice to each other. Thank you.
Speaker number 8.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Mike Williams, and I'm addressing the board this evening to appeal for more harmonious solutions to the challenges that Leander schools face. I too taught at the college level, and when you talk about student bodies, it's a universe of difference between teaching minors and teaching adults at the college level. with minors, the sole domain of their spiritual, ethical, and moral education is the parents. If one parent wishes to delegate that responsibility to somebody else, that's their prerogative. If another does not, that's their prerogative. So if God's not allowed in the school, hedonism shouldn't be either. Now with the COVID thing, the politicization of this disease is a travesty. I was a medic, so I'm familiar with communicable diseases, routes of transmission, and protective measures. The cotton mask is a placebo. It's just that, it's a control mechanism. As school board members, your responsibility is to administer, see to the administration of the school and have oversight over, curriculum and educational decisions such as that. But to do mandates and edicts, you have no authority there. In fact, you're treading on constitutional issues and statutory issues. And these things are being heard in the courts. They're at the appellate level now across the country. The bar will be moved on qualified immunity and compelling government interest, I suspect, towards more constitutional principles. So please bear that in mind. The animus can be tamped down if we turn away from hubris, embrace a little bit of humility, and work together. Thank you.
Speaker number 9.
All right, I want to recognize our teachers this evening. They've had a lot to deal with lately. These 8.5 by 11s are really loud and ill-informed, and I know that's really taxing for them, but when my kiddo comes home, they can't stop talking about the funny things happening in social studies class or the way that their English teacher's just the sweetest human ever. My kid even likes their math teacher and the other math teacher that she doesn't even have. So I just want to say, teachers, I see you. I see you out here meeting these pre-COVID expectations in the middle of a pandemic. I see you making connections to the kids, and I see you there early, and I see you there late. I see you here at these board meetings defending your profession, and I just want to say thank you for your dedication to the students in Leander ISD. And board, I want to encourage you guys to find a way to accommodate virtual speakers. There are voices that you're not hearing because this space is unsafe for them due to the lack of COVID protocols. We have immune-compromised community members who can't participate due to the lack of safe protocols. So consider that. Thank you.
Speaker number 10. Nicole, just a second. Let's start your time over. Make sure we get your mic on so we can hear you.
Look at that.
All right, there you go.
Okay. I'd like to address the Daily Wire article released today about Leander ISD. I'm not here to make a statement about the LGBTQ community. My oldest child is a proud member of that community, and I couldn't possibly hold her in higher regard. Unfortunately, the sentiment uncovered in the article is actually just the tip of the iceberg. Last year, a 7th grader's parents contacted his LISD middle school administrators to ask that he not be allowed to change clothes upon arriving at school. Instead, the administration, including guidance counselors, put in place a system to quote-unquote protect the student. The child would arrive on campus, go to the counselor's office, and be offered the staff bathroom in order to change into feminine clothing he had borrowed from a friend. Before he left school, he would use the same bathroom to change back into the clothing he was wearing when he left his house that morning. If the student's parents picked him up early from campus, office staff would notify the student so that he could quickly change before seeing them. This is not protection. This is a total and systematic disregard and disrespect for parents.
If administrators, teachers, or counselors feel that a student is in harm's way, they are mandated reporters and should refer a child's case to authorities. If a student truly needs safety and protection from their parents or guardians and authorities are not contacted, that is a failure on the part of school staff. There are agencies staffed with trained professionals to actually protect a student. Ignoring a parent's explicit request is sadly a symptom of a much larger problem. School districts and their elected officials seem to feel that it is their duty to indoctrinate their students rather than teach them, to impose their value set on children, even if they are in direct contrast with the families and the community. You are tasked with education, not social training. Excel at achieving the student outcomes you have put in place, which do not include providing shelter from a family's values. Unless a child is in actual danger, you should be approaching them with an ideologically neutral stance and not taking advantage of a child's personal situation to impose your own values. Thank you.
Speaker number 12. Oh, do we skip, I'm sorry, do we skip 11, John?
I'm 11.
We missed number 11. So let's have 11, then we'll have 12.
Okay. Am I on? Oh, yeah. All right. I'm on. I want to address tonight, good evening, about the lack of decorum that has been increasing at meetings in the last 2 months. Yes, things have escalated partially by behavior with certain parents and citizens, but mainly reactions have occurred because of the board's responses and tone. Meetings in person conducted by the board appear to be one-sided when parents challenge the district's curriculum choices by legally voicing their concerns for children's welfare and education. The tone changes in this room when the board degrades and aims at a particular group speaking their concerns. All the while, our constitutional input is being minimized more and more at each meeting. Now, other community members in the opposition are making disparaging remarks such as racists, breeders, bigots, putting down teachers, and they're not being corrected for that behavior. That is what is the word the district likes to use these days, bias. There is a distorted view to the public by the board for those who are viewing online. One example is when half the room is apologized to and the other half is given a patronizing tone. Live video of the meetings get cut. I experienced that last May, along with minimal audio when the mic gets cut off and inaccurate remarks about, I can take a breath, about citizen behavior can only be heard on that mic, this mic. I know this because citizens feel the need to film and document truth at these meetings, which are supposed to give them the right to address important concerns. But the videos I have seen reciprocate what is presented to the viewers at home. I took some more notes. Does this influence cyberbullying as well towards other parents? Yes. In fact, if you weren't aware, I will stir the awareness. An active parent in our district made a TikTok mocking parents, and a few YouTube videos were also giving out specific personal information, and the comments were really terrible. If I may, can I just suggest that if the board is going to lead a meeting, show leadership by encouraging and listening to your fellow neighbors, by including everyone, and taking action to better our district. Here are concerns. It will leave even a greater legacy than any ill agenda, and your great works will be remembered rather than dust in the wind. How poetic. Thank you.
All right, Speaker 12.
Good evening. The last time I addressed this group, I was a parent of a new Winkley kindergartner. Tonight, I'm simply a community member seeking a proper education for my child where lies and fear porn never overrule common sense and personal responsibility. While I'm still in shock that those of you who have criminally disregarded our state's executive orders, I'm still in shock that y'all are still sitting here. Despite the continued physical and mental abuse of our children with illegal mask mandates and the very real possibility that y'all will cave to force vaccinations of experimental gene therapies is terrifying. My request tonight, despite all of this, is that the board chooses to select the vacated seat of Mr. Jim McKay by way of election option. Jim, on behalf of those who have had the opportunity to know you, you are thanked for your service to our country and to Leander ISD. I was informed that he remained open to the hearing of all sides of a position despite varying political views, while maintaining an attitude of respectful debate without resorting to adolescent and cheap personal attacks, and that he was able to do this despite not having received the same treatment, even by his colleagues on this very board. One can only pray that when his seat is vacated, it is replaced with someone who shares his sense of respect and focuses on educational solutions free of social and political bias. As a district, we are in desperate need to restore balance, and it starts with this board and leadership, y'all. A balance that accurately reflects all of the community and redirects our primary focus back to education, not all of this personal ideology and junk science that you know is being completely made up to keep you under control. You have the option to appoint a new member or to order a special election. In effort to regain trust, I ask the board to consider community input and choose the electoral process. Choose wisely, LISD. All eyes are on you, literally. Thank you.
Speaker 13.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Mike Sanders, and I had a 1.5 minute talk prepared, but now if I get 3 minutes, I'll add one more thing. I want to thank you for last week. I was pleasantly surprised by the fact that last week you did not impulsively appoint someone to fill the vacancy that was left by Jim McKay. I had heard a lot of negative things about this Board of Trustees, and so my expectation was rather low. And I was pleasantly surprised to see that you didn't impulsively choose someone. I'd like to encourage you to put it out to a vote for the citizens and allow the citizens to make their choice of who they'd like to see up here sitting on the dais with you all. So I'll go on to where I was going to say. So I want to thank you for including the minutes of previous meetings in this meeting tonight. That's something that hasn't been done for 2 months now, and I don't know whose responsibility it is to take the minutes or whose responsibility it is to include that as a agenda item. I assume that's the president's responsibility to include that in an agenda item, and you know, what a teacher would say to a student is, well, you've been failing to do your responsibility to turn in your work, and I'm glad that you finally turned it in, even though it's late. And so I think that whoever it is that's responsible to make sure that the minutes are put in the agendas has been failing. And as a team, people need to be able to say to one another when they're failing at something. If you're not able to speak with each other with honesty, then you're not a team. You're not a functional team, and that's something that people need to be able to do. When someone's failing at something, you need to be able to say honestly, you failed at this, and you need to do better. And I'm glad to see that that's been added into this meeting, and I hope that in the future meetings that all of the agendas for regular meetings include an agenda item to approve the minutes of previous meetings. Right now I'm going through the minutes and I'm getting up to date on what our LASD board has been doing, because I'm considering running for a position on the LASD board, and I'm trying to choose, well, if I run, who should I run against? And so the minutes are helping me form that decision. And I want to thank you for your work, and God bless you.
Speaker number 14.
Good evening, board. My name is Sally. Do you all understand my voice okay? Great. Okay. I have two things I want to say. I'll start with this. We are a community divided as a direct result of a district that continually views education through a social and political lens. For the last several years, this board and district leaders have focused on nothing but social issues that are not reflective of our community. The focus has been on everything but education. With the resignation of Jim McKay, the district needs this position filled by someone whose primary focus is education and student academic success. This should happen through an election. You have the option to fill the vacated seat via appointment or public election. Based on recent decisions of the current board, district leadership, and poor student academic performance, there are legitimate concerns that an appointment would not be filled by a person with an educationally driven focus for our district. Additionally, an appointment would give an unfair advantage to an incumbent during the next election cycle. The special election option allows community input, restores parental rights, and creates an opportunity to build trust, something that is desperately needed. The request is simple. Please choose the election option for filling the vacated seat. Secondly, yes, I'm a woman of faith. There are probably other faiths represented in this room, not only Christianity, but I want to remind the board, as Americans, growing up in America, it's very likely that we have heard the gospel. The gospel is the message of God, Jesus Christ dying on the cross, resurrecting from the dead. Okay, saying that, as a Christian nation, we are founded as a Christian nation, and we do all know that. As such, we are commanded by our commander-in-chief, that is God himself, through Jesus his son. We are commanded to love one another as he has loved us. All the discord in our community, this is the exact opposite. So I want to remind everyone, let us all please examine ourselves. Scripturally, it teaches us, examine ourselves. See whether or not we are even in the faith. Thank you.
Speaker number 15. Speaker number 15. Good.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Stephanie. My pronouns are she, her. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight and let you know how much I appreciate your time and attention and dedication to our district. As many of you may be aware, this week is Banned Books Week. There have been lots of conversations this week across the nation in libraries, schools, bookstores, and even on social media regarding banned books. I'd like to use this opportunity to refocus on books and our district mission and goals. Our district mission is to create a safe and supportive environment to nurture student personal growth. One of our district core beliefs is a deliberate and intentional focus on relevant and deeper learning for each student that will optimize individual outcomes and personal growth. Over the last several days, I've had the opportunity to listen to many award-winning authors talk about censorship. Last Thursday, I was fortunate enough to speak with Jean Lun Yang, the author of American-Born Chinese, which is part of the Freshman Fall Book Club unit. As we were talking about the concern regarding content appropriateness for students, one comment by Jean stuck with me. He said, "You're not banning the topic, you're just banning a nuanced discussion of that topic." During the Banned Book Week's conversation with Jason Reynolds, author of All American Boys, Jason said, "It seems disingenuous of me to try and write the lives of young people today and not include that which is prevalent in our society." And Jason's correct. The truth in these books, which have been ridiculed during citizen comments, pulled or paused from our ELA curriculum, contain uncomfortable topics which unfortunately are a fact of life and are prevalent in our society. Jason goes on to say, the reason that censorship is so problematic and so difficult is because what they are doing and what happens is that students are being stripped of the context and opportunity to actually engage in complex and nuanced conversations. If you remove books that examine tough content in a nuanced way, you are not removing access to that topic, which can be found on the internet. Understanding that this is true, I want you to ask yourself 2 questions. Does removing these books support the mission to create a safe and supportive environment? Will removing these books align with our core value to bring intentional focus for deeper learning? Thank you.
Speaker number 16.
Hi, my name is Joel, and first of all, before I get started, I want to thank you for your service to the community. And watching the video from Reed Elementary, I love what you're doing at the public schools, so thank you very much. Unfortunately, you do hear a lot of negativity, and we've heard a lot about books. And to be honest with you, I don't really think it's about the books. And I want to walk through the lawn boy example because that's gotten a lot of press. The student gets the book that's only available for juniors and seniors. They share with their parents that were offended. There's a simple process by which you can protest against that. There's a simple form that you can fill out online. There's been 0 formal complaints about this book. So instead, people meticulously make a sign. They read the offensive parts at a school board meeting. They start to call people in the board and in the audience pedophile. They have their friends film it and post it on social media. They file a police report about the book. Why do this when you can simply fill in a form? It's for the same reason these people hold up signs calling for you to resign, not following decorum, and threatening you at a meeting. It's about the show. It's about the chaos. It's about bullying you so that you will leave the school board and then they can go ahead and try to dismantle the schools. Just like you don't tolerate bullying in your classrooms, we shouldn't allow for bullying in this boardroom at all. There are people who would like nothing more than to destroy LISD, and I think that's terrible. We, as a community of parents, need to protect against this, and we need to protect you. Our kids are on the line. Thank you.
Speaker number 17.
Good evening. My name is James Dean. I'm here tonight on behalf of my partner, Fred Smith, my life partner and soulmate. He's currently battling stage 4 cancer, and for that reason, this is the first meeting I've been able to attend. I echo the comments that we really should try to move to allowing people that are virtually able to make comments at the meeting to be able to do so. But as I already mentioned, I am a gay man. I'm married to another gay man. We're both Christians. My partner Fred is African American man. We've been together now 11 years. We've been fighting cancer for the last 9 months. It's difficult to be an LGBTQ plus kid, to go to school, to be a teenager, to be a young adult. You face hate speech, you face physical violence, you face bullying, and then often enough you physically damage yourself or you even attempt suicide. So we need the teachers and this school board to support the LGBTQ plus kids in our school system. And I need to be very clear The majority of this community support you. So let them run against you. The majority of us are with you, and we will stand behind you. I hate hearing about banning books. I can't even imagine how much tax dollars are wasted when people are making police reports about books. I mean, my God, what in the world is the world coming to? We can do better than this. We are Christians, or some people say that they are. We're called to love each other. But we do appreciate your service. We appreciate our teachers. And I just want to thank you for that service and thank you for all that you're doing. I do want to add, I think COVID restrictions are very important. And again, I've had to learn that the hard way, having a partner deal with stage 4 cancer and having gone to MD Anderson and received radiation and chemotherapy. And we don't know who those people are oftentimes in our community. But again, thank you very much.
All right, board member and audience, we have 10 more speakers, or approximately 10 more speakers. I'll just do one final reminder that when you do come up, please make sure you're finishing your last word at or at that end of the time before the chime is up, and to speak up here to the front, and we will have speaker number 18 up next. Thank you, audience.
Good evening. Today I come here to express that as a parent, I'm tired. As a teacher, I'm exhausted. As a member of our Leander ISD community, I'm tired, exhausted, and fed up. I'm fed up with people slandering and libeling teachers and administration of our district. Leander ISD is an amazing district that has changed for the better. We have worked tirelessly to create an inclusive environment where students and staff feel safe and seen. We have teachers, parents, and district staff that voluntarily jumped in and adopted a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy and are now eagerly awaiting the right person to lead this initiative and set us forward full speed. We have a teaching and learning team who are making sure that our curriculum assures all sides of history are learned about, the voices of all people are heard, and significant events that are studied, no matter how uncomfortable it may make us, as they are what makes our country what it is. Is Leander perfect? Of course not. But we have policies, protocols, and procedures that give us parents a voice in our children's education, contrary to what we may have seen or heard previously at these board meetings. We can't give in to the loud voices that do not want to follow policies and are willing to lie about our amazing teachers and administration in order to make our public schools look bad. This doesn't send a good message. They scream about the First Amendment and the Constitution while in the next breath they're trying to take that freedom away from others. They have the right to take choices from their own child, but not from everyone's children. The First Amendment also protects freedom of religion or non-religion. If we are to abide by the Constitution and respect all religions, we cannot promote one religion over another. That is unconstitutional. With that, I want to remind the board and Dr. Gehring that the TASB states that you are committed to supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion, promoting dignity and mutual respect, striving to eradicate systemic racism, and providing opportunity for all. We are all here for one reason, creating a safe environment for amazing children to become leaders who can advocate for themselves and trusting that teachers are doing just that. I know many are listening to all the false narratives and horrible names that these people are calling your teachers and admin, but I truly hope that you see that they are doing the best to try to break us down. They want public schools to fail. They want us to quit. They make it seem like they're trying to protect kids, but in reality, they're doing the opposite. Learning only one side is true indoctrination, and we in Leander are doing our best to dismantle this. If you truly love public schools and are here for the kids, then you know that empathy, compassion, acceptance, and knowledge are the keys to creating the leaders that we so desperately need in this world. Thank you.
Speaker number 19.
LGBT, liberty, guns, the Bible, and Trump. Now, these are things that are considered offensive in our schools. But apparently, it's okay to teach our children about anal sex and gang rape. It is impossible for me to adequately cover the amount of criminal behavior that is going on in this school district. It is not just immoral, but it is a crime. So I have started documenting it on a website, truthabouttexasschools.com. Bookmark it. We will be adding to it every day. The things I'm finding are horrifying and disgusting. Obscenity in the books the children are reading. Pornographic videos in the library catalog that the children have access to. Teachers being arrested for the sexual assault of children. Nobody is talking about banning books. It is, in fact, a crime to expose children to obscenity. Furthermore, the First Amendment does not protect obscenity. Look it up on Google. It is a crime to distribute obscenity and pornography to minors. You should know this. It's easy to look it up. There's an article today, I have more time, so I'm going to go on. There's an article today in the dailywire.com. I'm going to read to you. Texas teachers instructed to help students hide gender identity from parents. Go read that article. It's quite interesting. You're teaching children about pronouns, children who don't even know what sex is yet. This is a crime. You will be punished. I'm looking forward to that day. I am looking forward to not just resignations, but arrests. Every parent should be livid at this criminal behavior. Truthabouttexasschools.com.
Speaker number 20.
Good evening. It amazes me how a lot of our local ISDs are getting exposed for doing the same exact things that you guys are all doing at our ISD. You guys must get together and strategize in these meetings so you can all stay on the same page. Each and every one of you stick together even when you know you're breaking the law and endangering our children. This is all done in the name of equality and equity. We hear those two words a lot in these meetings, but I'm going to break those words down so we really get the meaning of what those are. And according to Webster Dictionary, equality means the quality or state of being equal. No one will ever achieve this simply because no one is equal to another person, because we're all different. And that's great because we're unique in our own individual ways. Equity means freedom from bias or favoritism. That's really funny because you aren't even following this motto, because I know my family and none of the parents that sit behind me are representative by this equity rule. You definitely show bias towards us. In fact, we've been mocked, harassed, doxxed, and even threatened by our own administrators for speaking out against this. You all have an agenda and it's been uncovered and it's on the world stage as we speak. And something new comes out every single day. Pornographic books, teachers hiding things from parents about their own children, students being bullied because they don't believe in this agenda. And when is it going to stop? Even tonight, we have parents in the community sitting out here getting harassed by other parents, calling them homophobes. We have she's a teacher for Round Rock ISD, and she goes on the internet and she talks about all these parents. See, she's laughing because she does it. This is not okay. And us parents, I mean, you guys all have an agenda. I get that. But us parents, we will always fight against this, and we will never go away. You are ruining the public school system every minute by your progressive ideology that you guys are spreading. I mean, Christine on her Facebook page, or actually I think it was Twitter, was saying F Christians, F the churches. This is the crap that's sitting up on this board and trying to tell us what we're doing wrong with our kids. Are you really? You guys think you know better. You're ruined. We will always be fighting for our kids, and we are never going to go away. So you can call us bigots, you can call us whatever you want. Bad speakers should resign. Yeah. See, this is the kind of shit, and I get in trouble and said that I am it's just ridiculous that you guys let this happen, but we get kicked out all the time. But these parents are the ones, and that one right there that just took her mask off, that sits there and spreads hate and mocks parents for speaking out. It's ridiculous, and it needs to stop.
Speaker number 21. Speaker number 21. All right, well, we'll move on to speaker number 22. We'll hear speaker 22, and then we can have 21 come in after. Sorry, we already have you. Thank you so much for offering.
The September 10th board meeting garnered national attention with more embarrassing curriculum from Leander ISD. The content was purposefully selected by LISD staff and supported by the superintendent and members of this board. 3 board members have spoken publicly in favor of these selections. As bad as those truth bombs were, they were nothing compared to the bomb that the district hopes to silence. Last year, LISD provided a teacher training entitled Supporting LGBTQ Youth in Schools. This was accessible in various ways, including the Continuous Improvement Conference as a breakout session. To be clear, I am very much in favor of supporting all students and giving them the support that they need. However, the training provided to our staff in this video is the antithesis of keeping parents fully informed and reflects why this community is so distrustful of leadership. I encourage everyone to go back and watch the September 10th board meeting, scroll to the 1 hour 36 mark, and watch the 3 readers reference the video in detail. Here are some highlights brought to you by Leander ISD licensed social workers. Number 1, teachers are directed to withhold student information from parents. This puts teachers in a horrible position of willfully circumventing parents by creating an alliance with the student and teaching the student to lie. Number 2, school is established as the safe space. This deliberately divides the family while undermining the parents of their God-given authority, rights, and responsibilities. Number 3, teachers are trained to ask extremely personal questions inappropriately. For example, would you like to follow up with me in a private conversation about your pronouns? Number 4, training advises teachers to find out if a child is out to their parents or not. What gives you the right to pull a child aside in a very private conversation, something as personal as a student gender or sexual orientation? It is not your business. What else are you hiding? And where does it stop? Perhaps the district should consider liability. By law, you are required to notify parents of all kinds of medical issues, whether physical, psychological, or emotional. Since the training claims that these children are at greater risk of suicide, why are parents deliberately denied this information? If a child has been in crisis and you as a district have that knowledge and you deny the parent their right to get that child help, you are liable. This is not your place. Your job as a district is to educate, leave the parenting to us. I will close on a positive note. Thank you. Thank you for the transparency. Thank you for showing your intent in this training and the lengths you will go to lie to and undermine parents.
Speaker number 21.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Pogson. Oh, where is it? This book, I Am Not Your Perfect Mexican Daughter by Erica Sanchez is one of the fall book club readings on the list for 9th graders. Ironically, I must start the warning with a warning that the material I'm about to read is unsuitable for minors. The FCC would not allow it on the radio, and the MPAA would rate it R. Leander ISD offers no such guidance. They refer to this book as an earnest and heartfelt tale that will resonate with the teens. It's about a 15-year-old Mexican-American girl that is humiliated because she's still a virgin at 15 years old. She gives into the peer pressure. She meets a stranger at a bookstore and has sex with him. It's graphically depicted in the novel. What message is this story sending to our students? Instead of celebrating the diversity of cultures that make up our society, this book portrays the teenage daughter of an immigrant family from Mexico in a consistently negative light. From her total disdain of her heritage to her promiscuous behavior, self-harm, drug use, and more. The review from the School Library Journal describes this book in this way. The importance of language is brilliantly highlighted through an ample but measured use of Spanish. This is a sampling of the language we're talking about. I quote, "Peace out, motherfuckers. Telling the driver and God to go fuck their mothers and themselves. Fuck those nosy viejas. These people must be rich as fuck. I said to myself, man, fuck this shit. This Jesus stuff is all a sack of crap. I can see her nipples through her robe, which reminds me of the time I walked in on her touching Olga's boobs. And Julia's friend describes different penile shapes. The craziest one was long and pointy. It felt like heaven. In Cycle 5 of the Leander ISD CCAC review, this book somehow met the establishment criteria and was approved for classroom use. In current Cycle 9, it's not even being considered because it's already been approved. With all the degrees in education and six-figure salaries at your service, this is the best you can do. Each one of you and the people who work for you have the power and responsibility to fix this problem. Offering better choices in your ELA classrooms is not censorship. It's not banning books. It's leadership. It's citizenship. It's ownership of the education of children in your care. And neglecting to do better is a hardship for every student that you're failing to serve. Is it really that hard to find someone that can write a book with?
All right, speaker 23.
Good evening. I'd like to start by interrupting our regularly scheduled rhetoric to just thank our teachers. Thank you to all of our teachers for simply loving our kids, for going outside of the box to meet them where they are and giving them a safe place to be themselves, for knowing how much more they are capable of and for making sure they know it too, for trusting and challenging them with hard lessons and hard conversations, for bringing extra supplies and snacks to make sure no kid goes without, and for emailing well past your working hours to make sure they are all caught up, for having grace with us as parents when we disagree with you in a less than graceful manner. Please know that the hateful noise of a few will not be allowed to drown out the deep appreciation and respect that many of us have for you. It takes a village to raise a child, and I am very grateful that my children have our LISD teachers as a vital part of theirs. Next, I'd like to implore our board and our administration to trust and stand behind these educators. Our teachers are actual experts in their field. They know the materials and they know our kids. Let them do their jobs and protect them while they're at it. They deserve better than dangerous false allegations, name-calling, and slander. The act of paying taxes does not give anyone the right to harass and threaten our district staff or to demand that 41,000 students are taught to personal and exact specifications. Finally, let's not allow our marginalized students to continue feeling unsafe or unheard by taking away the trust that they place in their teachers. If a student feels safe enough to discuss their pronouns or any other personal topic for that matter with their teachers, we should be proud of the environment that teacher has created, and we should not be considering punishment for a fantastical violation of rights. This also includes the continued removal of books, especially since most that are being removed are from BIPOC or LGBTQIA authors and feature BIPOC or LGBTQIA characters. I've actually been reading these books as they are removed from our classrooms, and I can tell you that not including them is a shame. The stories might not be all unicorns and rainbows. In fact, a lot of them are very difficult and infuriating to read, but they are important and they are all too often unheard. Why not just let our students choose for themselves? We cannot continue down this road. Despite the dramatic request to do so, applying the religious views of whoever shouts the loudest is not how public schools should work. Making curriculum decisions based on which excerpt reading goes most viral this week is an insult to our teachers and our curriculum teams. Let's let the reasonable voices prevail, and let's let our educators get back to doing their jobs. Thank you.
Speaker 24.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm going to read from the book, What We Saw Testimony. So, when Randy spins the camera back around, Dooney is already on top of Stacy, the belt of his jeans flopping against the side of the couch as he pushes his hips into her. She grunts and moans, eyes still closed. Randy shouts, "Get a room from behind the camera." Grady laughs and yells, "Timber, you are taking a crack at that." "Hell yeah." Dooney rolls off Stacy, who isn't moving at all now. Deacon pulls at the front of his boxes, angling away from the camera, and take Dooney's place. Greg takes a turn and then Dooney again. Bucks be raping and pillaging. This is a gang rape. This book, What We Saw Last Night, was kept after the book review process. We've heard that teachers within the district believe that the book reviews were done with stacked activist teachers and parents supported of the more controversial books, so they would not be removed. I'm confused. Is there a class on gang rape or how to deal with gang rape? Are you going to process this with the students? Is this a sex ed class or alcohol prevention class? Are you teachers counselors? Teachers are in the place of trust and authority. Why are you placing them in this situation? So, it goes back and forth. One person says one thing, the other person says something. One says, is the right of teachers to tell behind the back of the parents and do whatever they do. Another parent comes here and say, you have no right to tell my child to lie to me, which is both are valid arguments. However, it's not okay to teach elementary children that they are not born with a sex gender, like that ABC book that I read the other day, my husband read too. It's not okay to teach middle school kids that gang rape is a reality. They will figure out eventually, but we do not need to expose children to this obscenity. And people call other names to make it look like acceptable and nice. It is not acceptable for gang rape to call a Mexican and degrade their value because of they talk about diversity and all sorts of stuff. This is not diversity. This is degrading people's in their nationality. So that's why people are so angry. And we come here and we will never give up, we'll never back down. And it's unacceptable that the school members go online and disrespect the parents and mock them and attack them personally, calling them several names. This is unacceptable. So I need to ask you to stop doing this, please, because you are gonna reap what you're sowing, And karma is a bitch. It's going to come after your own children. I'm sorry, but that's the law of nature.
Speaker number 25.
It's evident for all to see, not only in our school district, but nationwide, that you are not listening to taxpayers, much less to the family members. You are all arrogant, deceitful, and defiant. Before citizen comments at each meeting, you request common courtesy, respect, but do not give it during or outside these meetings. The rolling of eyes, mouth-foul language responses, the encouragement of your activist groups to harass, threaten, demean, put parents on lists, try to take away their livelihoods, and the list goes on and on. The parents have begged, pleaded, and requested respect for their beliefs and their authority as parents. Some state that the teachers are under attack, and that's true, but it's not by the parents here that are fighting for their children not to be exposed to this type of material. But it's by the school board members like Gloria, Christine, and Anna, and their activist teachers. The activist teachers and activist board members don't respect their own teachers' faith, much less the sovereignty of the family or the Constitution of the United States. Gloria, Anna, and Christine and their activist teachers have also campaigned and fought to take away our school choice and took their campaign to city council. They used words such as racism and bigotry to get what they want. Parents, we don't need to beg, plead, or respectfully request anything. These are our children, and we are the authority. Parents, the minute that you recognize this, things will change. These board members and every elected official is accountable to us. We have the power. We don't have to apologize for our faith or the melanin in our skin or the lack thereof of the melanin in our skin. All of this nonsense of CRT is forced down our throats to weaken our nation and promote weakness. This ideology is created by the weak to re-educate the children and turn them against us. And this has become ever so evident with the Daily Wire's article published today about teachers training that occurred last October, directing teachers to hide information about a parent's child from them. This has been done in history many times before, and it's been successful. They're doing it again. And for those parents who think that your child will be different and will be the light in the darkness, I challenge you to count the waking hours you are with your child and the waking hours they are here in the school being indoctrinated. Add your TV time, the hours they're on the computer or laptop, add the peer pressure from their friends and the parents that do not respect your boundaries. Now count the years. Once you do that, don't be surprised when you don't recognize them after high school and especially after they attend a Marxist university. Parents, you are in a unique and mighty position. You have only forgotten how powerful and dangerous you are to these board members and every elected official. Money talks and BS walks. You want to make a powerful statement and knock them down a few pegs? Take your children out of the school. You don't owe them a damn explanation.
26.
Good evening. My name is Perla Munoz Hopkins, and I would like for you to just take a small pause and look at the sea in the audience, the very diverse audience. We are a diverse group of parents that have entrusted you with our children. This is not about the teachers. We respect our teachers. As a matter of fact, you know that I have advocated very fully, especially when you didn't give them a raise during the COVID shutdown year. But LISD administrators sure did fatten their wallets and gave themselves a raise. Another thing that I want to clear up is that this is not about censoring books. This is about obscene, against penal code, crimes against children, and frankly, racist content. This is a book club in a box. I have served as a teacher. I have served as a university supervisor, approving, observing, and going ahead and grading English teacher interns, along with their lesson plans. A simple book club in a box contains several copies of one title, and it includes discussion questions and literary questions. I have also worked as a library technician for the Department of Defense, in charge of the YA section, of the YA graphic novels, book clubs, and I happen to be married to a writer. So the copies of the books in here, they are my husband's. It is preposterous for you to sit there and say that the books you give our children lead them to a better education. I'm not your perfect Mexican daughter. In here, it trashes Christianity, specifically the Catholic religion, like we've heard that some of you just totally disregard and call the F word. It shames students about their families having the Last Supper, either in a frame or as a picture. And if you notice here, this says ESL LHS. So let's clear up something else. These books, again, crime, are not located in your campus libraries. They're in your classrooms.
All right, speaker number 27.
On March 12, 2020, the district presented the new ELA curriculum, referencing how the district-wide Educational Improvement Council and Citizens Curriculum Advisory Committee reviewed and recommended the adoption of the $2.5 million curriculum, including McGraw-Hill Study Sync digital platform, book club selections, classroom library, and Scholastic magazine subscription. The school board was promised that all ELA teachers provided input, although the district admitted they only received feedback from 4 people. Yet this did not stop the school board from approving the ELA curriculum March 26th. In November 2020, the district once again presented that, oops, the book club selections were not vetted thoroughly due to COVID, and laid out another review process, again through the CCAC. Keep in mind, apparently LISD is the only governmental entity that thought they didn't need to do their job during COVID. Let's jump ahead to March 8, 2021. Bruce Gehring and Trish Bodie's video, again discussing the book club issue, and Bruce Gehring states, there is a misunderstanding, this is quotes, there is a misunderstanding of what content LISD is willing to put in children's hands and at what age. He went on to assure the community that none of that content is available. Then regarding what is deemed appropriate, looking at content and asking the question if they would want this material in their own children's hands. So how is it that we're almost to October 2021 and obscene material is still in classrooms? How do you think that all my neighbors are going to feel about $2.5 million in taxpayer money being spent on obscene material for our minors, and you still think you want to ask the community for another $770 million in November? When I spoke on September 9th, I made a verbal report of sexual harassment to this entire room, directly to School Board of Trustees and the Title IX coordinator standing approximately 6 feet away from me. According to policy FFH, that should have prompted an immediate investigation into my allegation. Yet the only response I've received from the district is an email from Morgan McGrath assuring me that Lomboy is not part of the book club collection and not referenced in written material. That's odd because classroom library reading material was presented as being a part of the curriculum purchased with ELA funds. So here's another term I'd like for you to become familiar with: deliberate indifference. A district with actual knowledge of sexual harassment in an education program or activity must respond promptly in a matter that is not deliberately indifferent. A district is deliberately indifferent only if its response to sexual harassment is clearly unreasonable. And I've gotten crickets. Under current leadership, the district continues to lie to parents and the community. Under current leadership, the district lied to the board on March 12th in 2020 about the vetting process and continues to lie about how these materials were selected. The district is out of compliance with policies, and you continue to protect your superintendent.
All right, this will conclude our citizen comment portion of the agenda. We will now move on to our consent agenda. Board members, I need either a motion to approve the consent as presented, or we can motion to sever to take something out if you want to discuss it.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second. I have a motion from Gloria, a second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. I want to thank our board members for engaging in our campus connections, visits to our schools. This truly is a wonderful opportunity for you as board members to come inside and down to the ground level, the grassroots, where the rubber is meeting the road, where our kids are interacting with their teachers in multiple ways, and you get to experience that firsthand. So I want to thank you for taking the time to do that, because I feel like it's really important work. Quick COVID update. The COVID numbers are falling. That's true in Williamson County, that's true in Austin-Travis County, and it's also true in Leander ISD. And so you can see from the graph that our running 7-day average continues to fall. We are still in the red response stage, and we will continue there until our response team determines that it's safe to move that stage back down to yellow. As such, we still have a mask requirement in place. We do have a testing site that's open at Gupton Stadium, that's open to any individual who needs to use that. You can find more information, of course, on our website on that COVID-19 page. Talk a little bit about enrollment. We have got to that part of the year where our enrollment has settled, and we are very steady right now. So we're still adding pre-K kids, which is not unusual. And you can see that number is very robust for us. We have a lot of 3- and 4-year-olds in the district. If you travel to our pre-K hubs across the district, they're a delight. When I'm having a tough day, that's where I head, because they will entirely fill your bucket. It's just amazing to see the intellectual curiosity that 3- and 4-year-olds have, their natural bent for learning, and the enthusiasm that they bring into the district is truly wonderful to watch. We have realized our budget number for enrollment. That's really important. That's a number that we've been reporting to you consistently, and that's we'll continue to watch that very carefully, because of course our funding relies heavily on student enrollment. We've talked to you about attendance, and the last time we showed you this graph, it was quite different, and so we've had a radical shift in our attendance at almost all of our campuses, who are now operating above the 90% mark. And so this is good news. I think it's an indication of where we are in the COVID environment, that folks are starting to feel safer about keeping their kids in school and sending them to school on a regular basis. And so we'll continue to watch that number as well, but we have good news for you on the attendance front. Wanted to share a little bit with you about some of the things that are going on in the schools, and I want to thank Matt Bentz and his team. They're doing an outstanding job of supporting the teaching and learning across the district. And so some of these remarks are from the folks who are out and about in our schools, on the ground, in the classrooms with the teachers and the kids. We're seeing teachers and administrators greeting students all around campus with smiling eyes. Some with smiling faces, but a lot with just smiling eyes. And you can tell, and it's fascinating to watch that interaction happening. Our universal screeners and baseline assessments have been administered for the beginning of year session to all students on every campus in order to plan for the individual needs of each student. And I'll come back with a little story about that in a second. The two universal screeners that we're using are the iStation assessment called ISIP for reading, and then also our brand new math assessment, which is the NWEA MAP assessment. Those baselines will be followed up with the mid-year assessment in December and January that will start to show and demonstrate the growth of our students over time, as well as an end-of-year assessment that will help to wrap up the year in the late spring, and then help us also to prepare for the next year as we meet the needs of each and every student in the district. Teachers are meeting students where they are, and they are very focused on growing each and every student. And then we have teachers already implementing the new strategies that they are learning through the professional development of the reading academies that are coming down to us from the state. Those reading academies are actually really powerful learning opportunities for our teachers, and we have committed to thoroughly engage with that process and make sure that we're getting the maximum possible achievement out of that. To give you two quick stories about what this actually means on the ground, I had the privilege of being at Rutledge Elementary today with Principal Moeller, and we were standing in one of their wide hallways and greeting students, and I asked one of the 4th grade boys what he had potentially learned today, and he proceeded to tell me about the Second Step curriculum and how happy he was that that had been brought into the district, because he'd learned a lot about how to focus better and a lot about how to manage his emotions. Now remember that this is a 4th grade boy who's talking to an unknown adult in a hallway in his school, and he's describing this to me. He then also went on to describe how he was integrating science into his reading class because the teacher had picked out material that was of interest to him. She knew him well enough that she knew his interest in science, and she was making sure that he had access to materials that caught his interest, and he really enjoyed that reading. I was also at Danielson Middle School today and had the privilege of visiting with their instructional coach, and one of the new success facilitators that we've hired in the district using the ESSER funds, the federal funds that we have that are coming out of COVID. And they were describing to me the work that they were already doing with the teachers based on the ISIP results that had come out for their 6th grade students. And so they were taking the results of that universal screener at the individual student level and analyzing where those students needed additional intervention. They were then grouping those students who had common intervention needs together, identifying what that need was, and then going one extra step, so identifying the teachers who were strong in teaching in those identified areas of need and grouping those students with those teachers. Not only that, though, they've also brought up guided reading strategies from the elementary schools, along with the guided reading materials, and are training all of those 6th grade teachers on how to implement those as interventions in small group guided reading instruction in 6th grade with their students. And I know without a shadow of a doubt that we'll start to see the benefits of that as we push through the year. Those benefits will become apparent to us as we go back with the universal screener in December and January as we measure those middle of year results. We also, of course, have our ODD committees working together to create individualized student plans that promote inclusive practices, that promote student voice and choice. You heard a little bit about this in the story that I told you a couple of weeks ago about the work that we're going on some of our other elementary campuses. Our teachers are working really hard together. They sincerely appreciate the time that we've given them to do that planning, not only on their own, but also together with their PLCs. PLCs are one of the big rocks that we've operated with in this district for a long time, and that continues to be something that we work hard on, is making sure that those 4 questions of the Dufour model really come to the forefront as we examine what the individual needs of each and every student are. Our campus and district staff did an unbelievable job during COVID to support the teaching and learning that was happening both virtually and in our classrooms in person. A lot of them spent a lot of their time actually in classrooms teaching our students because other teachers were out or they had that need. And they continue to be available all around our campuses, committed to listening to and addressing both the celebrations and concerns of our teachers, our students, but our community as well. And it's fun to watch the district staff interacting with the campus staff. And we have interdisciplinary teams coming together across content areas in the district, collaborating to coordinate the support that's necessary for each and every student. Very excited to share a little bit about the first Inclusive Practice Academy that we have in the district. It was actually not this past Tuesday, as it says up there, but a couple of Tuesdays ago. And Anna knows that well because she took the time out of her schedule to attend with our team as they launched our first ever Inclusive Practices Academy. That first session, participants engaged in learning around building relationships with their inclusive partners. And in addition, each campus will work over the next several months to create vision and write commitment statements so that they can work alongside their teams over the next 5 months, learning about how inclusive practices support equity for all students and enhances the student experience. So we're really excited about that work. I'm not sure if you realize, but we do have one New Tech Network school in our district right now, acting as a pilot. That's Danielson Middle School. You've talked with us a lot about deeper learning. You've actually had some deeper learning experiences in the boardroom. And this work is part of the pilot that we're operating with to make sure that deeper learning becomes something that is ubiquitous in the district. So it's fun to watch Danielson Middle School work through the process. They started with their 6th graders. They are now moving through with their 7th graders, and next year they'll be moving up to their 8th graders with project-based learning and all the inquiry model that works along with the New Tech Network in LISD. We also have now all the Uncharted Learning programs that are available to us through Uncharted Learning. You probably are familiar with the middle two, Incubator EDU, which we have at 2 of our high schools, and Accelerator EDU, which is the 2nd and more advanced year of that for our juniors and seniors. But you'll notice that we're headed in 2 different directions here. We also have the middle school program called MX Inc. EDU, and also now at many of our elementary schools, Fresh Inc. EDU. These are entrepreneurial building programs in our business track that help our kids to really get to where they can think about how to design and plan their own business models, put those into real practice and start to accelerate that. We've also added now Mobile Makers EDU at Cedar Park High School and one other high school. Thank you. I had it almost. We're very excited about Mobile Makers because that's, of course, about app development in the mobile environment, and the entrepreneurial bent of our students is just incredible to watch as they get these experiences. I want to brag a little bit on our leadership team and the work that they're doing with our leadership, which is really a significantly large group. They meet every month with these folks on a Tuesday. It's over 125 individuals in the room usually. Sometimes that expands to more than that when they bring their team members with. But one of the pieces of work that they talked about this last Tuesday I want to just share with you because it's the theory of action for change that we're engaged with the University of Washington Center for Educational Leadership. And I'll just give you a brief description of what that is. Just because I think it's really relevant to the learning model that we have in the district. This is really a reverse C. It starts at the top by examining what are our students actually currently doing. And so this is about observation, about being in the classrooms and truly collecting observations about what our students are currently doing. And then asking the question, what is it that's causing them to learn that way, to act that way, to behave that way? And that's really about then what are the teachers doing that are creating this environment that's creating this set of learning? And what, if anything, needs to change in that environment? As we examine what the teachers are doing, then we have to ask ourselves the question, well, what is the campus administration doing that's creating that environment for those teachers that's forcing them to create the kind of student learning that's happening in our classrooms. Once we understand that, then it's possible for us to start to ask the theory of action for change question, which is, if we want our students to do something in particular, a particular kind of learning in our classrooms, and we've talked a lot about what that learning might look like in terms of deeper learning, then we have to start with, if the principal does this certain set of behaviors, then the teachers will be able to do this certain set of behaviors, which will then in turn allow our students to engage in this kind of learning. And so we're doing a lot of work around this theory of action for change. We're not experts at it by any means. We continue to work with the University of Washington Center for Educational Leadership. We continue to work with our internal leadership team, with our principals and their instructional coaches and their instructional teams to make sure that we really do develop the student learning that we want in every LISD classroom. So that brings me to say, well, how do we know that things are going well? Well, I'll tell you just a couple of little examples of how we know things are going well. If you attended the Choral Showcase 2 Mondays ago, then you will see a product of learning in LISD. It is incredible to me that our students can accomplish what they accomplish at the level that they do. It's sometimes difficult to believe that they're high school students. And high school students are not able to perform this way except for the fact that they've had a very unique set of development experiences, student experiences from pre-kindergarten all the way through the system. And so these are some of the highlights that we can point to say, yes, LISD is a very special place and we are producing very special students. And something went away. Oh, I lost my band one. Okay, Vanna over here has a Festival of Bands, which was mentioned a little earlier. I almost have to say that Bands of America on Saturday was almost like an LISD Festival of Bands, but then we had to follow up with our very own Festival of Bands. What I loved about this was the fact that our middle school students, our 8th grade students, got to join their high school counterparts on the field for a very special moment. What was fascinating, and I talked to a couple of band directors afterwards, was the fact that it became evident that we have not been together in person for a couple of years. And as fate would have it, and this is described for me by a middle school student, they were ready. They were standing on the field waiting for over a minute, which if you're standing on the field getting ready to perform is an eternity. And there was dead silence. And I don't know what the technology hitch was or what was happening, but they were waiting for the metronome. And of course, a very engaged parent said, "Go Bands!" And I created a big cheer. Well, at that exact moment is when the metronome came on. And that's the exact moment that our poor, not band directors, what do you call them? The drum majors started. So we have a drum major in front of every section of the field, because now we've got 6 high school bands and 9 middle school bands up there. And so it got a little off. It was fantastic because they didn't stop. They produced a really fantastic show. We're not perfect in LISD, but we sure are proud. And we sure do a fantastic job of putting everything together. I want to jump to bond election for a second. Everything you need to know about bond election is on the website. SER and Corey's team have done a fantastic job of putting all the information you need together at leanderisd.org/bond2021. You can grab it from that QR code. The great thing is you can also submit questions to Let's Talk. You'll find out anything you need to know there. You can even text message that number on the screen and you'll get a response back. And we'll also gather in all of those questions so that we can add them to our FAQs as we go to make sure that everybody has the information they need. It's really important that if you're going to vote on November 4th, not November 4th, November 2nd, it is November 4th, or in early voting, you must be registered to vote by October the 4th. It is November 2nd. That's what I thought. It says November 4th up there, but it is November 2nd. But you must be registered to vote by October 4th. And then, of course, early voting October 18 through 29. We are fortunate that in Williamson and Travis counties, we are, I forget exactly what it's called, you can vote in any location in those counties in early voting or on election day. And that just makes it a little easier for our voters. Do yourself a favor, please go visit the website, have a look at all of the information that is there about what is on the propositions. There are 3 propositions that are separate. And if you need any kind of presentation for your group, we're happy to schedule those. We have about 200 scheduled right now and are steadily working our way through all of those. Usually I skip through these a little bit because not all of them are relevant, but in this case, actually, most of them are relevant. October 4th is the last day to register to vote. We have Custodial Appreciation Week, October 4th through 8th. Guys, these folks are incredible. They have done an unbelievable job in the last 19 months of keeping us safe and clean, and they continue to do yeoman's work. We are understaffed in this area, and we continue to make sure that our buildings are clean and safe for our kids and for our staff. And so we really need to celebrate our custodial staff and the job that they're doing. You're going to hear a little bit about remote learning. You know that we are extending remote learning for our students that are currently on the waiting list and in the program until semester time. Continuous Improvement Conference, come and see your rock star board members presenting, October 11th and 12th. National School Lunch Week, October 11th through 15th. We do have, I want to remind you, free lunch in this district for every child, and free breakfast in this district for every child at the moment, which is a wonderful thing for our families in this challenging time. And we're very grateful to the federal government for helping us to be able to do that. National School Bus Safety Week, October 18th through 22nd. Our listening leaders on October 19th. You heard about that a little earlier in the meeting. Early voting, of course, October 18th through 29, and Election Day, November 2nd. So lots of great things happening in the district. We urge you to stay engaged and up to date with what we're doing. And Madam President, with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions there might be.
Board members?
I have one. In our Friday memo, can you give us the approximate number of employees in each of these districts so we can plan accordingly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alexis. I want to get in on that. I had a question, and I don't just tell me who I need to go to. I'm going back to the assessments and the intervention services. My question is, those students who are needing those intervention services, are we labeling them as RTI, or is this a separate section? And just who do I need to go to get into that, to get into more information about that?
Yeah, so I'm sure Dr. Benz can help you with the details on that, and Jennifer Collins. I honestly can't answer that question for you right at this moment in time, but we'll get with you. Yes, ma'am.
And then if something you think all board needs to know, just put it in our Friday memo.
You had a couple of questions about the COVID-related materials in the presentation. The first is we've had various classrooms and other groupings of students move to remote instruction. Can you update us on whether any of those said groupings remain or if everyone is back in class?
Actually, I cannot do that right now, but I will certainly put that in the Friday memo, although John Graham's right there and he might be able to help me.
I do not have the actual number, but we still have current classrooms in remote conferencing. And I did look at dates today. I believe our last class as of now is scheduled to come back 10/5 or 10/4 somewhere in their elementary classrooms.
Okay, so just a handful of elementary classrooms remain. Is that,
yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay, thank you. Second question. You noted that we're still in stage red. Just trying to understand in some additional detail what the criteria are. I mean, I note that Austin Travis County, for instance, is in stage 4, but we kind of know what they're looking at and when they're likely to move. Similarly, Williamson County and cities, we kind of have a framework, a paradigm, and we can kind of predict when they'll move from red to orange. But I don't have any way of gauging what that is for LISD at the moment.
Actually stealing my thunder, sir. I was going to talk a little bit about this when I come back up on the mitigation strategy.
If you'd like to save it for later, that's fine.
I can do that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I had one other that I've forgotten now, so I'll raise it later or ask you separately.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to comment on the Inclusive Practice Academy. I attended it. I can't remember when, Kimberly, but just wanted to let y'all know it was really, as a parent who I would get very frustrated. It was very reassuring to sit in that room with our educators, and our student voice is truly at the heart of their decision. And I got to sit on the administration side, and I was trying not to be like, oh yes, that's it, yes, yes. But it was just very amazing to watch Kimberly, to guide those administrators, but most importantly, what are we doing to ensure that these students are having every opportunity? What are we doing to ensure that access for these students are happening? But most importantly, last 18 months for a lot of our special education students have been hard. But to be able to sit in that room and to listen to our educators put that student voice and experience first it filled my bucket all week. So thank y'all so much for doing that, and I can't wait to go to next month's session.
I remembered my question. Related to virtual instruction for those students who selected virtual instruction, the board obviously approved funding for virtual instruction at the beginning of the year with an expectation that we might have to come around to reapprove that, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to maybe talk through what that process will look like given Senate Bill 15 and its impact and so on.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. That's a great question. So because Senate Bill 15 now funds the majority of students who are currently in our remote learning program, not all, by the way, because some don't meet the criteria, but we're still going to serve those students. The board did approve enough funding for us to easily manage the remote learning program through the semester. We won't tap into most of the funding that the board approved for that. And so we feel confident that we can continue to offer that opportunity until semester. I would imagine that as COVID numbers continue to fall, as we start to, parents will feel more safe, and we'll start to see students moving back, I think, into regular instruction. You saw some of that in the enrollment numbers, that we're seeing a decrease in our remote learning program. But I think we'll continue to see that. We are going to be careful how we bring those students back, so we're not going to let them just trickle back because of the way the staffing is working for us. And so we'll probably be holding them until we have whole groups that can come back with their teacher, especially since most of those students are at the elementary level. So I hope that answers your question.
The information as far as our ISEP and NWEA map, it would be great if the board could get just some update on how those numbers are looking. I know we're going to get the comparison, but kind of give us a heads up so we can start practicing.
Yeah, you'll get that. It's still relatively fresh for us, and so Matt and his team are still processing that data, but we will be bringing that back to you.
Awesome. Friday memo in a week sounds perfect. Thank y'all so much. Sorry to be fed ahead there, but thank y'all. And I really appreciate you bringing us the theory of action for change. I was able to get a chance to hear the instructional leadership, and just watching them walk through that instructional action for change, I thought was enlightening. And one of the things that was in there, and Dr. Garen's like, well, I don't know how this works actually with the board, but I said I love the idea of the seed packets. And what the seed packets are is they give you like different types of students, like Susie Sunshine or Johnny Appleseed or whatever it is, but it talks about the different types of learners that are in the system. And I thought that is so powerful, because we talk about the decisions we're making for each and every student, but the seed packet really helped me quickly grasp what type of each and every student we may end up seeing in our system. And I'm not saying it was comprehensive, but it did give you a quick snapshot. And so I really appreciated y'all letting me listen in on some of that discussion, because I found it just really helpful as I started thinking about board work and how we do good governance work.
Yeah, and I'll be happy to share those descriptions with you that Matt and his team came up with for those different students. What's interesting is not just students, but also the adults. So we deal with very unique adults in the system too, and so we have seed packets for them too.
It's amazing. Thank you. Board members, any other questions? Okay, so let me give you a heads up. We've got guests coming, so the agenda item is going to move just a bit. We're getting ready to go into closed and take a break, go to the restroom, and then move on into closed if you want. We're going to go in closed for two purposes. One is that we're going to hear deliberation, Texas Government Code, well, I'll read it out, but it's deliberation regarding purchase, exchange of lease, or value of property. Then after that, we're going to hear deliberation regarding security audit, security personnel, and security devices. I'm going to go back and read this to the system. I'm giving you a heads up, though, because when we do that, the security audit, security personnel, and security devices, be thinking if we have any questions about the comprehensive technology assessment report, because we can ask questions that would be required in closed from there. We'll come back out here. We'll take up comprehensive technology assessment report in open, the items that can be in open. If there are questions that come up in the process that you think we need to still go into close, we can go back out, go into close to have those questions. I'm just trying to condense some of our closed sessions down so we don't have like 40 different closed sessions this evening. So without further ado, it is 8:31, and we will be going into closed for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding security audit, security personnel, and security devices. There will be no action taken in closed. We will come out into open to take any action. Thank you very much.
All right, it is 9:37 p.m. and we are returning to open session. Do we have a motion from closed?
Madam President, I do. I move that the Board of Trustees approve a resolution, the Board of Trustees of the Leander Independent School District, determining a public necessity to acquire certain property, given notice of an official determination to acquire property for the Leander Independent School District, and establishing procedures for the acquisition of property as presented.
I second. I have a motion from Christine, a second from Gloria. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the next item, well, to the item I told y'all we were going to be taking up on our agenda. Under item 8C, Operations 1, the Comprehensive Technology Assessment Report.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. We've got here with us Russ Johnson from True North Consulting Group. You may remember him from previous board meetings back in November and December. He and his team have been working with us for the past 6 months, helping us establish a baseline for our IT systems district-wide. We'll share a high-level view of the IT assessment, and full details will become the basis of the next phase, which is to develop a 3 to 5 year long technology plan that will mesh and support the overall district strategic plan.
Thank you, Jason. So a couple things to just remind you all. As we went through this assessment process, which was a very lengthy process, about who we are. So we've been doing this in Texas K-12 for about 3 decades, a little over 3 decades. We're not a technology integrator, so we're not trying to peddle any hardware or software. Oftentimes in our industry, sometimes the focus really becomes about the stuff, right? And so it's important to understand, because we're going to go through some findings. And it's not that we're advocating that you rush out and buy 10,000 Chromebooks or 10,000 iPads or whatever, because we're trying to sell that hardware or software. We truly are unbiased and on the same side of the table as you all. And so that's just a little bit about who we are and what we do. Jason, you want to talk just a little bit about the process, and I'll kind of go through some of the trends that we're seeing. Thank you. So Jason had this slide up there earlier, and I think it's really important for us to not let this information just go by too quickly, because one thing that COVID showed us was that there is a dependency and a reliance on technology for so much of what we do. But what's very important for us to also remember is, take COVID out of the equation, there still is this reliance and dependency on technology. So forget the pandemic, looking at things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, a lot of these different advanced technologies that are making their way into K-12 as we build. You know, I got to listen tonight as you're talking about, new innovative ways to create learning spaces and facilities and do hybrid or virtual learning. This is just a testament to the acceleration of technology, and teams like Jason and his team, technology teams across the state, are being tasked with doing more today because the number of devices, because I'm sure that you all have approved many action items that have come before you to buy a lot of technology devices in order to survive through the pandemic as we've had to shift. And so I say all that to say that yes, COVID has impacted our world of technology, but even outside of that, just the rate of technology acceleration has significantly impacted what it is that we've been tasked with doing for the last several years. And so when you add those two together, we have to be very intentional about our approach to technology.
All right. Russ mentioned the demands that is placed on our teams right now, and it's also important that we remember the demands placed on our infrastructure. Everything sits on our infrastructure. So the most important users are students in the classroom, but secondary usage includes telephones, video surveillance, access control for doors, HVAC, JACE systems to control temperature, bells and paging systems all use our network and need to reach out to the internet occasionally. So the assessment process. This is the assessment process we went through, and oh goodness, let me press this 15 times here. Okay, so study one. Study one went over all infrastructure systems, which include network hardware, wireless server, storage, cabling, data center, and disaster recovery. Study two talked about instructional tech. It looked at the use of technology in the classroom for our most valuable customers, which are students. Study three walked through every single campus to create a visual representation of our wireless coverage, and that'll allow us to adjust signal strength, and if we've got bad areas of wireless coverage in classrooms or hallways, for example, we can go through and adjust those. Study four interviewed users of technology across the district, including students, campus facilitators, district admin, to obtain feedback on their experience with technology. And study five dug into our IT organization, looking at compensation and major gaps in IT staffing, and then gave comparisons of Leander ISD versus, I think it was 12 or 14 other districts, as what their compensation, what their benefits packages are for their IT folks. The results are data-driven through the eyes of a third party, which is True North. So let's talk about the vision. In Leander ISD, technology is aligning to provide young, critical, and creative thinkers the tools to feed their passions so they can share their unique gifts with the world. So that's what I think about when I talk about IT in our organization. It's super important to the students, and without technology, I don't know that they could learn and thrive. So here we go, another 17 push here. Okay, strengths. Strength number one, a student-focused mindset was based on feedback from focus groups and interviews. Students and staff both agree that technology is crucial to effective learning and appreciate continued upgrades and adaptation of new technology. Strength number two, we selected a pair of solutions for seamless user experience on different pieces of hardware there. Strength number three, creating standards and expectations. Leander ISD has and continues to make investments in creating standards around digital learning, applications, tools, and ecosystems. Strength number four, we have investments in top-tier equipment and hardware. Strength number five, investments in student devices enabled us to quickly transition from remote learning to virtual, back to remote, back to virtual, or back to on-prem. And so several times over the last couple of years. Strength number six, based on the feedback from the focus groups, emerged a strong sense of community and district culture of caring to those users.
So as we looked at all of the technologies, it's important to note that we took a holistic approach to technology. So it wasn't just the systems that were part of Jason's purview. We also looked at some of the things that fall outside of the traditional technology, so bell, clock, intercom, campus safety type systems. Oftentimes some of the classroom technology may be more instructional or curriculum based. But it's very important for us to make sure that we're looking horizontal across the district for everything technology as we try to develop a 5-year plan. And as Jason kind of highlighted, when you look at a lot of the mission and vision and you know, some of the intentional visioning behind the future of Leander ISD, and you look at that through the lens of technology, there absolutely is an alignment between the direction and the future that the district is headed instructionally and a lot of the digital tools and systems that we're seeing trending. And so we've got these broken into 3 primary buckets. So infrastructure, safety and security, and instructional. And so as you go through those, and you can see, and I won't read each of these to you, but under each headline we put just a very brief explanation of what that category is. And so we've given you what we call our true score, which is a fairly objective but partially subjective ranking of on a scale of 1 to 5. Quite frankly, no one gets a 5. That's perfect. 1 would be, you know, one of the worst systems that we've seen. Most districts, the way that technology life cycles work and the way that funding for technology works in K-12, it's not uncommon to see most systems with anywhere from a 5 to a 7-year, maybe 10-year life cycle. And so a lot of systems, especially if you're approaching that point to where a future bond may be on the horizon, it's not uncommon to see a lot of 2s and a lot of 3s as those technologies have reached the end of their useful life cycle. And so when you look at this, sometimes people are a little bit harder on themselves as they're like, man, we're Leander ISD, why do we have so many 2s and so many 3s? It's that you've gotten good utilization and good adoption and usage from the technologies that you have invested in, but now you're at that curve where it's time to upgrade, refresh, update a lot of these technology systems and start to adopt new ways and new systems and you know, new technologies. So as you go through these on the infrastructure, these are the things that typically are behind the walls, in the ceilings, in, you know, little rooms, all the wires and the switches and blinky lights and all that stuff. So a significant investment in those things, and those are, as Jason said, that's that underlying system. So when we talk about a user experience, and we've all been there, you've been at a hotel that has horrible internet or a coffee shop that has horrible internet, that infrastructure, we have to address that first, right? Because that's using an analogy, that's our foundation, that's our cake. Before we put icing on it, we've got to have a good cake in place, right? And then safety and security kind of goes in line with the infrastructure. So protecting the data, but protecting our most important assets, our human capital, our students, our staff, and making sure that campuses and facilities are safe. And so all of these are oftentimes aligned with these technologies, and you'll see that, like unified communications, which is the phone system, that's a safety system, bell, clock, intercom, all of these are part of an overall safety strategy. And then last, instructional. And this is where really at least for me, this is where you get to invest in a lot of the things that are more exciting and more interesting and leveraging the investments that we've made. And these are the interactive technologies that are in the classroom, VR, AR, a lot of these types of things, mobile devices for students and staff, video enabling learning spaces. But we can't do that if we don't take care of the first 2 things. And so as you go through this, you can see by and large, and we get asked this all the time, where do we start? And there's no easy answer of where to start, because as you look at this, you're like, well, everything's a 2 and a 3, so we need to kind of start with it all, right? But we know that that's not how funding works. But from the assessment, the jumping off point, I'm getting just a smidgen ahead, but the jumping off point is to develop a technology plan that maps out what that strategy would be to remediate all of these systems. So we've got the report and some of the deliverables that we've turned over to Jason and his team, literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages. And so we have included just a couple excerpts from some of the deliverables that we gave to Jason. So sticking with kind of that learner experience, because again, this is where a lot of focus and investments are being made today as we try to kind of change that learning space, change how instruction is delivered. And you can see kind of in this picture, for the first time, we've presented this slide many, many times. For the first time, you now see that Zoom or that WebEx or that as an indicator of what that learner experience now looks like. And so when we go to the next slide of what some of the learner experiences look like inside of Leander classrooms, so you see your traditional, and none of this should come as any surprise, but you see your traditional pull-down screens, your traditional 4x3. So if you kind of think through the lens of like your own audiovisual experience at your house, you probably used to have a square TV. Now you've got a big wide rectangle TV, right? So as those audiovisual technologies have evolved, same thing happens. And so we've got square screens where we need rectangle screens so that we can go from standard definition to high definition so that we can see it from the back of the room, right? So that it's bright and it's clear. Also, can we make it interactive so that it's more student-centered and less about doing PowerPoint presentations or something like that. And you can see at lower left-hand corner of the screen at Danielson, those controls to control the projector and the document camera. So how can we simplify that and make it easier to be used by the teacher and by students? And you can see in the couple, and this was a point of contention, projectors on carts. It's one of those things that's been around for a long time, and it's originally it was like, man, we've created so much flexibility because we can point it and shine it anywhere, but we start to find that that's really not the most effective model, and people are kind of getting away from projectors anyway because the most cost-effective and most bang for your buck are those interactive LCDs because they're brighter, require less maintenance, and so those types of things. Kind of comparing what classrooms look like today versus what they will look like in the future as schools are renovated and new schools are built. To broadband network nodes or data centers and disaster recovery sites. So you can see some pictures of your data center. So you've got a fantastic data center. There are some things that need to be improved. And we know, and this has been brought up in previous conversations, the need to make sure that in the event of a data center failure or disaster that we can continue to deliver instruction. And in this day and age, having multiple data centers is just the world that we live in these days, and is part of the technology team's plan as they move forward.
Next, we're going to talk a little bit about cybersecurity. So I just wanted to say thank you to the board for letting us add 2 positions to IT strictly for cybersecurity related concerns, and that's helped a lot in the last 10 months that we've had those positions. So.
Yeah, and this is a very it's a very tough topic because it's relatively new to K-12. The thing that I love about K-12 is it's a very relationship trusting environment, and you can see in the upper right-hand corner of the screen that this came from federal government, and this is dated March 2nd of 2021. Increased ransomware attacks targeting K-12. So we saw this, and you all have seen this, and your neighbors have seen this throughout COVID with Zoom bombings and ransomware. Every single day there is a new cybersecurity headline. While we were here tonight, Neiman Marcus, a new breach that just we were made aware of just tonight, and so this is a growing concern. It's not. I'm not a chicken little kind of guy. I mean, this is a real world concern. And Jason, as he's mentioned, you guys have made significant investments in technologies as well as in staff. but I will tell you that you have only begun on this journey because it continues to grow and continues to get worse. Right now, it's a $6 trillion problem, and they're predicting that by the year 2025, it will be an $11 trillion problem. This is all about financial gain for the bad actors that are targeting public sector agencies. Now, with that being said, from the state, from the 86th legislative session, the state of Texas introduced Senate Bill 820, which was kind of dipping K-12 toes into the cybersecurity water, so to speak, saying that you must have a cybersecurity manager, you must have a cybersecurity framework and policy adopted, and so we did an IT risk assessment, and that watermark, again, kind of using that 1 to 5 scale, and this is not our scale, this is a state of Texas scale, but that 1 to 5, the watermark, the minimum barrier to entry is a 3. You all are about a 2, which sounds pretty bad, but you're also, out of all of the districts that we have done IT risk assessments for, you're actually the best. And so when you look at the norm or that median Texas K-12 IT risk maturity, it's about a 1.3. And so again, you guys have made strides, but this is new processes, a paradigm shift for K-12, and moving to a zero trust model and continuing to invest. And so you've done a lot of good things, but like I said, the journey has just begun, and there's more that we need to continue to do to protect the data and to protect the staff and the students digitally. Now, as we look at wireless, this should come as no surprise, especially as I look around the room and everybody's got a laptop out, and you've probably got a smartphone sitting beside it, and you may have a tablet beside it. Wireless is the medium of choice. And not just the medium of choice for mobile devices, it's also the medium of choice for hard to reach things, or a lot of the clocks are wireless now and cameras are wireless because it's such an easy connectivity medium. But the problem is, kind of like I-35, is the more cars that you put on I-35, now I-35 becomes a parking lot, right? So the same thing with wireless. And so we've got to stay one step ahead of this and try to anticipate and project and plan for the number of devices that we're going to have on I-35 so that we can make sure that we're adding more lanes before we throw another 30,000 devices on the wireless network. And one of the biggest complaints that we hear from teachers when we do focus groups across the state is that wireless just isn't as reliable as they need it to be, which there's all sorts of reasons that is, and it's not always to blame the wireless, but we've got to take that out of the conversation so that's never, common vocabulary that we're hearing is that the wireless network's slow or that it's unreliable because we're continuing to pile more and more technologies onto it. And so the wireless here in Leander is good. But as we start to think 5 years from now, how many devices will we have on this wireless network? This is where we've got to spend some time, spend some money, and continue to anticipate the technologies and work closely with teaching and learning and instructional technology and make sure that the infrastructure, that underlying infrastructure, whether it's wired or wireless, is prepared for whatever instructionally we throw at it. And then, last but definitely not least, staffing and support. In K-12, it can be very easy for a district to call for a bond or use E-rate dollars to buy a bunch of stuff. Sometimes the hardest to ask is those M&O asks, right? So adding additional talent or adding additional staff to the technology team. And I'll tell you that one of the things, and you saw this in one of the strengths, this sense of community, this sense of support, this sense of kind of customer service centric philosophy that the technology team brings to the district. And even though COVID showed us some really tough times, we collected so much qualitative data where staff was saying that, you know, we're not perfect, but man, our technology team really is working hard. Our campus, our local campus support is working hard. And so as Leander ISD continues to grow, add schools, add more students, add more staff, start to add more devices, we're asking more from the network. Cybersecurity continues to become more and more of a problem. We've got to make sure that the technology team is prepared for that growth from a capacity perspective, so making sure that we're growing those resources as the district grows, but also from a talent perspective, making sure that we've got wireless specialists, cybersecurity specialists, and not just a bunch of generalists, and thinking outside of the box and not being afraid to ask, are we doing everything that we can and should be doing to retain and recruit new talent? Because the demand for technology expertise, it far outweighs the supply of what there is. And so I don't have an easy answer other than we've got to make sure that we're being creative and thinking outside of the box to fill those gaps that we have.
All right, that brings us to next steps. So the next steps are to develop a technology long-range master plan that will align and support district strategic goals. Step number 2 is talking about recommendations that True North has seen as far as staffing gaps, as far as separate IT pay scales to obtain and retain skilled staff. And step number 3 would be program management for large projects. Additional resources will help for on-time execution, like as far as bond. If the bond goes through, we've got many projects there. We've got E-rate projects coming down, and so we don't really have the project managers to help us do that work right now. So that would be step 3 and the recommendation from True North. So that concludes our presentation. Any questions or feedback?
Jason, I just want to tell you, I'm very impressed with one is not only do you talk about having a technology long-range plan, but it is aligned with our strategic plan and goals. So that, again, that talks about that cross-functional that we have discussed many times. Board members, any questions?
I had a question. On slide 19, you have a quote from a teacher. I'm just curious, how many technologists do we have and how many campuses do they share?
So we have middle school and high schools each have a campus tech, and elementary schools, there is 3 elementary schools per 1 campus technician.
Well, thank you, True North, for the information. Really appreciate it. Board members, are there any questions for True North? Okay. Jason, just on behalf of the board, myself, just y'all have done such a tremendous job of pivoting to meet students' needs during COVID, during now. It's been amazing. So thank you and the technology department. I really appreciate us discussing too how we're going to do, I would say, asset protection, right? Watch these taxpayer dollars and make sure that we're utilizing the investment wisely. So I love those discussions and really appreciate too that we're also looking at how do we create that safe and secure environment as well with our technology. So definitely I see a holistic approach and really appreciate it. Thank you all for your hard work.
All right, thank you all.
All right, board members, we will move back up to the student experience and talk about our instructional materials adoption process update. That's item 8A1.
All right, good evening, Madam President, trustees. Jennifer and I are here to talk to you about updates regarding the revised instructional materials adoption process. So why are we talking about this? Our goal is to improve the vetting of our instructional resources prior to adoption to develop processes and systems of consistency with those three priorities: aligning the vetting criteria with the newly revised policy EF local selection criteria. Number two, to increase opportunities for community feedback throughout the process. And then number three, to align and have a timeline for the instructional resource selection schedules over the next 5 years, actually. And Jennifer will be telling you about that in just a moment.
Right, so the process we went through really started with a lot of reflecting on the feedback that we received over the last year. So we received feedback from our Board of Trustees about different adoptions and processes coming at different times of the year. We received feedback from our community about our adoption processes, and then we also received some feedback from teachers and administration. So we reflected on that feedback, and we also leaned into some of the things that we learned during our curriculum management audit about how to design these systems that would apply district-wide. So we focused on aligning our processes for our materials that were on and off proclamation cycles, as well as focusing on aligning with that new policy. So our process was that in April of 2021, we brought together a cross-functional team from teaching and learning and purchasing, and we evaluated a draft instructional material selection process manual. Then in August of 2021, you guys adopted policy EF local regarding instructional resources. And so then in September of 2021, we were able to finalize our draft manual. So our manual content includes the following areas. We have a large section about the different types of adoptions that happen in our system. We have an overview and suggested timeframes, district and campus committee responsibilities lists, committee membership ideas, sample rubrics to be used and customized depending on the adoption, community feedback processes that would be standardized, and then procurement processes and what that looks like going through purchasing. We also added something to our manual specific for Let's Talk. So we know that our manual is currently in draft form. And so for our teachers or our community members or others who look at this draft and they have ideas for how we can improve this, we want to hear from them in Let's Talk. As Matt mentioned, we do have a 5-year schedule of adoptions that has been written out. And we're going to share with you those first 4 years. What you'll notice on the different courses that are listed here, if there's an asterisk out to the right of the course, that means it's part of a TEA regularly scheduled proclamation. So that's when the state is releasing new state standards typically, and then providing additional monies through TEMA to be able to purchase additional resources. So you'll notice for the 21-22 school year, we are going through that process for K-12 health and PE. There are new standards for health and PE that were adopted last year. And so we're going through the adoption process so that we can implement for the fall of 2022. Other courses that we are taking through the cycle this year include 6th grade social studies. 6th grade social studies is in a situation similar to what we experienced with some of our AP social studies courses last year, that we just have some expirations that are happening, so we need to consider what to do next. AP Environmental Science is also expiring. And then we have some CTE courses that are coming online, marketing, nutrition and dietetics, and kinesiology, that will need instructional resources. Then for 22-23, you'll notice that none of those courses are actually a part of a scheduled proclamation. They're just all resources that are scheduled to expire. You'll see the term gap year listed up there. So these are courses that were supposed to have had new standards adopted by the state of Texas, and the state has pushed them off, which means the resources are expiring, and we're going to have to figure out what we need to do so that our kids can still have access to resources. Looking ahead, you'll notice that there is a K-12 science adoption that will happen for implementation in the fall of 2024, as well as a lot of AP courses and CTE courses. And then for the fall of 2025, a large K-12 social studies adoption, including psychology, sociology, financial literacy, and CTE. So this is what's been scheduled out so far, just so that you can see kind of the scope of what we're talking about. So the adoption timeline, we have tried to standardize whether it's on proclamation or not. So we want to have our call for campus committee members in September or October. Every campus that has this course being taught on their campus will have a teacher provided when that's appropriate. District level meetings with campus members would begin to happen in October through January, and then those people would go back to their campus and hold campus level meetings to gather feedback from each teacher on campus that teaches those courses. We would gather community feedback January through February, gather campus level feedback in February, and then bring a recommendation to the Board of Trustees in March or April. The board communication timeline would be that we would do our annual instructional materials selection presentation, which you are receiving tonight. That we would have a progress update to you guys in January or February, probably through a board memo. We would have an opportunity for board members to provide feedback on our instructional resources in January and February. And then a final recommendation would be brought to you again in March and April. And then one of the areas where we knew we really needed to beef up some ideas for how to gather community feedback was that we knew that we had to not only offer opportunities for the community, but we needed to be able to guarantee that our community really was taking advantage of the opportunities. So we will continue to have a district-wide website designed for the virtual preview. What we're going to do this time is make sure that all of those courses that are up for adoption will all be on one central website to make it easy for our community. We'll have samples available, in-person previews at the north and south locations like we traditionally do. We will work with school community relations to do a media blast when it's time for our community to provide feedback. We will collaborate with DWIC and CACAC and SHAC and other district-wide committees as well, but instead of scheduling those things at the end of meetings and telling people if you want to stay after and provide feedback, we want to schedule them as a part of the meetings and ensure that we get feedback from each of those different committees. We want to have virtual presentations designed for principals to share with site-based committees. And then we also want to host 3 virtual community listening sessions where people could go into a breakout room and listen to the content leader. So if you have questions about the PE health adoption, if you have questions about 6th grade social studies, you can go and talk to the experts about those specific resources. So the vetting rubrics are the same type of rubric that we have had for a while, but what you'll notice is an additional rubric that's been added up at the top. Now that policy EF local, that's specific to selection criteria, has been adopted by this board, we have added a specific rubric using the language from the selection criteria. The wording in the manual right now states that if it doesn't match with policy EF, then it shouldn't even go through the rest of the process. And so then, are there any questions about the work that we've been doing or any suggestions for what we could do better?
Board members?
I have a couple of questions. The first relates to the manual. I want to understand with some specificity what the manual applies to in the pantheon of instructional resources. I mean, it's styled instructional materials, and we talked about instructional materials adoption cycles. Those are curricular, right? Those are directly related to core course materials, right? As opposed to supplementary materials or classroom materials or library materials. That said, does the instructional materials selection process manual apply to the selection of more materials than just the IMAs, or is it intended just to govern the IMAs?
So those courses with the asterisks would be those courses that are the TEMA, the IMA adoptions. And so what we're trying to do is to broaden the scope, and any core resources for our courses we want to take through this same process. So I don't know that every material necessarily would go through, but as we're thinking about those core resources that are provided for every classroom, that's what we're really trying to take through this process.
So core materials, which takes us a little further than curricular materials, I guess, but you're saying it stops short of the manual is not necessarily applicable to classroom libraries, not applicable to general libraries, is that correct?
So I would say that classroom libraries are a part of our core resource whenever you're talking about the books that were provided by the district to every classroom. When you're talking about teachers selecting books to put on the shelves that they bought at Half Price Books or Scholastic, then those would be something that the teachers would need to vet using, policy EF selection criteria. It's not something that we would necessarily vet at the district level.
Okay. Second question, puberty curriculum. Does that phrase mean health curriculum? Does it mean human sexuality curriculum? When we say puberty curriculum, what do we mean?
So puberty curriculum falls under the umbrella of human sexuality curriculum, but it is different, and it does not have the same requirements as human sexuality curriculum from the state of Texas. Here in Leander ISD, we have human sexuality curriculum specifically in grades 7, 8, and 9. We adopted that curriculum last year. This year is the year that we're going through a puberty curriculum adoption, and that's grades 4, 5, and 6. So 4, 5, and 6 are standards such as, it's about taking care of your body and that your body is changing and those kinds of things. So it really does not get into sexuality at all. It is about the body, and that's going to be something that's actually taken through the SHAC process this year.
So the puberty curriculum will go through the SHAC?
It will go through SHAC, correct.
Okay. I wasn't sure because you said it was under human sexuality, but then you said it was different, but then you said it will go through the SHAC anyway.
It will go through SHAC. We choose to send it through SHAC
Okay.
as a district.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Board members, there's the instructional material manual that we got tonight. We also know policy EF local we have adopted. Do we need any other future discussion? Are we good here? Is there anything else we need immediately from administration that we can identify? All right.
If I may, I would like an update on the book club book reviews. I know we're into the final round. I think I would like to come back and review where we thinking of timing. Sorry, I'm interrupting myself to think about what and when. I don't know, let me form that thought some more. I think, and maybe I'll talk with Dr. Gearing, Dr. Bentz, but I think it's a high priority topic for me. The question is timing, and so let me withdraw that for now.
Okay. So right now, there's a pending discussion on the review cycle. At some point in the future, it may be Friday memo, maybe agenda, we'll figure that out, okay? Alexis?
So Jennifer, you kind of asked about gaps and maybe where we're missing things. And so I'm curious, or I'm wondering, is it time for an audit on instructional and our processes? Or is that something we want to have in a future agenda and conversation later?
So I think, tell me more what you're thinking about for audit.
Well, just like a review, kind of like just happened with IT, right? We kind of did an analysis of where we're at and where we need improvements, and then we have somebody outside come in and say, okay, these things may be shortcomings, but these you're doing well, and so then they present to us.
Sure. So we did a curriculum management audit in 2016. I don't know if that covers the scope of what you're thinking about, but that's something we could definitely talk more about moving forward.
Okay.
When you did the audit in 2016, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. Did it include everything? I'm assuming the book clubs and everything in regards to this. How normally do we do audits for that?
So 2016 was the first time we had done a curriculum management audit in Leander ISD. And a curriculum management audit is really a comprehensive view of curriculum implementation across the system. So do you have the teachers you need to teach the curriculum that's being taught? Do you have the facilities you need to teach the curriculum that's being taught? Do you have the support staff you need, right? So it's not just about instructional resources. It's much broader than that. It's a very comprehensive process. I'm not sure if that's the scope of what you're thinking about or if there's something more specific that we could investigate.
I think that's some good noodling as well.
Well, it was a deficit audit, as
I forgot about that.
I'm gonna call
as
Matt
we
Smith and
often
tell him
heard,
you
right?
said that.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, tell Matt. I mean, the purpose of the audit was to discover and point out deficits, not only in the curricular materials, but in the whole process, right? And so it's a pretty extensive audit. It's a great place to start, and I would say reviewing those findings, reviewing progress against those findings, and then asking additional questions is probably the right direction.
I like that direction.
I was going to add one more question. When we talked about, when we adopted EF, and the resolution that went with it. We talked about how the CCAC was sort of defining the book club review process and materials. The resolution gave us time to go back and review other core resources, but I've considered since that the resolution didn't say anything about other extant materials in the system, whether they're in teacher libraries or in campus libraries. And those materials are rising in interest for me. I think if I come back to sort of core beliefs or core values on this topic, every instructional resource that we make available to students, we collectively, all of us, are accountable for the quality, appropriateness, age appropriateness, and so on of those materials. We're all responsible because we created the environment. Children are compelled to attend school in this environment. And so we have a responsibility to make sure that all those materials are safe. And EF says as much. It defines what's acceptable materials and what's not. And so increasingly I'm concerned that while the resolution covered some materials, it doesn't cover a lot of others that will take us significant amount of time to review if we actually intend to review them at all. So I'm not sure there's a specific question here. If you want to comment, that's fine, but I think to Trish's question, I think this is an area of additional discussion that maybe we need to review in a follow-on setting to give staff time to, I don't know, prepare an approach or thoughts about this. Or, I mean, if you already do, fine, feel free to answer now. But
I would say we went through hours in EF local to try to address those. If we're going to want to readdress that policy, then I think that's something that the policy committee can readdress. I'm worried that, I guess my concern with some of your questioning is that we are going to, there's some parts that we should be monitoring and we should be, you know, on the governance level. I'm worried about how much into that whole governance clock that we are stepping into in terms of how our teachers teach different subjects. I mean, are we gonna, so this is an EF local looking at those, you're talking about books, you're talking about books in classrooms and libraries. Are we going to now, I want to look at how all teachers are teaching science, and I want to talk about how all teachers are teaching math. And at what point are we going to, I just think if we pass the policy, and that was EF local, and if we want to expand that policy, if we want to add things to that policy, then I think we go back to the policy committee and we propose policy. But we just did that and we passed the policy, and I'm not, I
think you're misunderstanding.
I don't think I am, but.
Well, let me try and clarify. I'm not suggesting any additional work on the policy, right? So I'm not suggesting it needs to go back to policy review for any reason. Policy is the policy. We've adopted the policy. My concern is we don't know if we're compliant with the policy in a large quantity of materials. We don't know because we haven't done the review of those materials. They're already in our system, but we don't know if they comply with our policy. That's the risk. That's the concern.
I think that when we talked about this, we talked about what items fell under EF local, right?
Yeah, we talked about what would be in this policy and what would be included or need to be reviewed. We adapted a policy that wouldn't make us stop school in August, right? Because it was going to be a big bite of books and curriculum, and we didn't want to exclude classics. And so, so we took this approach. And so now I think we really have to allow a little bit of time, because we'll have October 19th is the book cycle 9 will be the deadline. And so we'll have a review from that. And then I thought we were on a trajectory of, we have to see if this policy works. And so if we have a book that rises to the level of citizen comment or whatever, then we'll either do the internal push on the form, or we'll get the external push from parents on the form, and they'll fill in that form, and then we'll say, okay, this has to go through the policy. And so I think that's the most effective way for our community to communicate. We talk about citizens comment not being the only place you can talk to us. And so we need the community working with us in that policy and submitting those forms and saying, this is maybe not where it should be. And so the more that we get those, then we're gonna check them through policy, and then we'll know if we're off or we're not. But if we don't have any books going through that, I don't feel like we know where we land on this policy. And if we do need, and then I feel that's fair, like if we see books that pass that we don't think are acceptable for high school or junior high, then we have to go back to policy. Am I off base here?
I'm seeing a lot of head nodding, so let me see if I can sum up, and then we'll see if there's any other discussion or extra moments. So I'm not seeing, there's not a discussion of expanding or doing anything to policy right now. We want to put that in place. No future appetite yet for an agenda item, but there may be some follow-up. We'll see how we move along. But one thing I think I am hearing is just, how is the policy doing? Can y'all please get us an update every now and then, and in the Friday memo, so we can know how it's being implemented? All right.
If I may, I feel like you're sanitizing my comments. That's not what I said.
Oh,
that's not my concern.
I'm looking at nodding heads. That's fine.
Well,
please add what your concern is then.
Well, I'll reiterate it. I hope it was clear before. I saw heads nodding at this table. I think Jennifer understands. I think Matt understands what my concern is, which is simply, while we have a review process in place and while we're pursuing review of certain materials, there are a lot of materials already in our system that have not been reviewed. And the question is there a plan to do so? And what would that look like? Because philosophically, here's my concern. If the policy is, or the practice is, once it's in the system, it stays in the system until a parent says, I have a problem with it, I think that's irresponsible. We're now putting the burden back on the parents again, and we're not really following the spirit of EF, which says, we own the content, we're responsible for the content, and we're gonna make sure all of the content's acceptable to us for our system. And so I wanna make sure that I understand that we are on a path to confirm that all the materials in our system meet our standards. And I think we're certainly on a path to do that with some of our materials. I want to make sure that all of our materials meet that standard.
So let me try it out, see if I do understand. And Alexis, I appreciate your clarifications as well. As I recall, when we were coming to get EF Local passed, we did also pass, and it was mentioned, I think you actually mentioned it, sir, relative to the resolution drafted by Sean, so that we could pass EF Local and without being immediately out of compliance with EF Local. And what the resolution did, to my understanding, relative to district approved instructional resources in our language arts and English classrooms at the secondary level, was give us a period of 1 year, or this school calendar year, to review all of the books in our current inventory, including book rooms and the classroom libraries, and with the understanding that we're going to go through and review them as quickly as possible. We are also providing training to our teachers that through a webinar, through some asynchronous stuff, that and we're doing some sessions at the conference, probably not as exciting as yours, but relative to EF Local and EMB, to ensure that our teachers understand what their guardrails are, and therefore how to protect themselves while they're teaching and using instructional resources. Also, that they have the power, they're empowered, just like any employee, including myself, which is one thing I'll clarify in a minute, to put an instructional resource or a book into the reconsideration process. So while we're reviewing books, we can identify books for the reconsideration process while teachers are looking at books, and or a kid comes, hey, this book, I saw something. Teacher can immediately identify it for a reconsideration process. If they have questions, part of the training is that to reach out to Jennifer or I to talk about it, and we can immediately begin looking at a resource that might have been down here on the stack in our work. We can pull it up to the top and take a look at that first. There is a lot to do, but as I understand it, Sean, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we do have a year to do it, and we are going to work through that. In the meantime, I just, realistically, there's potentially going to be another resource or two that people are going to bring up, and it's going to be a new one. Not like some of the ones read today were, some of the ones that have been recycled that we've already talked about before, but there could be another new one that would come up that we haven't talked about yet, which of course I'll be mortified, and we'll immediately move it to the top of the stack and take a look at that and have our people in our curriculum teams reading through those books. It takes a little bit of time to read through each title, but we will be doing that. When the reading was done last month, and we were, re-examining the EF local, I thought to myself, if nobody does turn in a request for reconsideration, I can do that myself, and then I can fill one out, and we can put it through the reconsideration process. Now, we did have a community member, 2 community members, fill out a reconsideration process form for that particular title, so it is currently, we're prepping for that. We're getting that process underway. I don't know if that answers the question, but I'm going to stop talking now.
That sounds similar to what I thought I heard Alexa say as far as we've adopted a policy. It'll take a little bit of time, but we're working through it. Aaron, what else am I missing here than that you're looking for?
So let me clarify a phrase. We have used a phrase, classroom library. And I think I heard you say, Jennifer, that those are district-provided resources as opposed to maybe teacher-supplemented resources. I want to make sure the language is articulate, right?
Yeah, so I think that we have both of those things happening in our system. So when I was a middle school language arts teacher, I provided my own classroom library. I went and I curated my library. I spent hundreds and thousands of dollars to have a robust library in my classroom. And I think that we have teachers all over our system that have done that. As a part of our adoption for elementary, middle school, and high school for ELA, we were compelled as leaders in our system that we did not want a new to profession teacher to start their year with nothing on their shelves. And so that idea of a classroom library was to give them something to start with that's standardized. So we have elementary classroom libraries, we have middle school classroom libraries, and high school classroom libraries. But in addition to that, I do believe that many, especially ELA teachers, but I think lots of content areas, they have books on their shelves that students can read about science or mathematics or other things as well. So I do believe that we have a little bit of both. And so Aaron, what we're really focused on right now is the books that we provided as a system, as a district. Those are the ones that we're looking to do our district level vetting. And then teachers, we're providing training to them on EMB and EF so that they can make critical decisions that they need to make about whether or not it meets the selection criteria for the things that they're providing personally.
Okay, so to clarify, and I'll make an assumption here too, if we talk about classroom libraries and we talk about campus libraries, I think I'm hearing you say that for district-provided instructional materials, the district administration is doing the review per EF. And for classroom library or campus library materials supplemental to the district-provided resources, you're providing training to teachers, and I'm going to assume to librarians responsible for those collections so that they can, in essence, do the same or be accountable the same way because you acknowledge that EF is applicable to all of those materials.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've actually already done the training with our principals. We did training with assistant principals and deans of instruction. And then we provided the resources so that principals could choose to do the training on their campuses themselves, or they could use a webinar that Matt and I created, or people can come to our session at the conference. So it is our goal that all instructional staff will have that training by the end of the Continuous Improvement Conference.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much for the work. I know EF Local is an ambitious process. We also saw a lot that was going on, that we're putting things on the website, getting information out there. Transparency is key. Thank you all for being available. And we'll keep looking for those Friday updates. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our remote learning update.
All right, that's me. So let's on with the show. I'm going to talk to you about the administration's plan for the next 9 weeks relative to remote learning. Bruce already gave the big reveal, actually a little bit earlier this week, but we're just going to discuss the process and how we got there and what we considered. Quick review of how we got to where we are today. If you remember, the original plan that you approved the use of ESSER funds for was to stand up a program for up to 300 students with the prioritization around health and medical needs, and that we were asked families to commit to a minimum of 1 semester with the possibility of extending through to a full year. And when we opened it up to get those people who would be interested, the signups were pretty fast and furious and filled up pretty fast, and we ended up with a large number of families on a waiting list. At that time, we brought a proposal to you to actually fund through fund balance an expansion of the program and for the first 9 weeks of school, which, believe it or not, we're coming up to the end of on October 8th. And so school did start on August 19th. And here we are. So at that time, when we came with the proposal, we also committed to developing a process to proceed through during the first 9 weeks in order to ascertain what would be the best course moving forward, proceeding into the second 9 weeks. So this is the process timeline. You can see started on the 13th with cabinet discussions. There were multiple cabinet discussions. We gathered together the principals with the highest percentage of remote learners. We had some one-on-ones. We, discussed it in TLL. Well, there's the timeline. I'm not going to bore you with all the details, and I'll be open for questions when we get to the end. These were items that the cabinet considered as important considerations to think of and keep in mind throughout the process. As we've been saying for a long time now, almost since March of 2020, that we understand and we know, and it's a priority, that in-person learning is the best place for the majority of our students to be. We looked at our LISD mission statement, talked about partnering with families, creating that safe, nurturing environment, really focusing on student needs and involving multiple leaders within our system that are doing the work in the process. Factors that we've been monitoring and tracking, or I should say, John's been monitoring and tracking a lot of them, but the availability of the pediatric vaccine for our younger learners, our infection rates, which you've been getting updates on in our board meetings and through Friday memos, how any scenario we might consider moving forward with would impact the system as a whole, our in-person and our remote learners, maintaining the most continuity possible within learning and the learning environments for our students and families, funding. One of our trustees had a question earlier about the number of students that qualified for funding based on the Senate Bill 15 criteria. And we have around, out of currently, I think we have 1,525 students, give or take a couple, in the remote program. About 125 of them have been confirmed that they do not qualify for funding, and there's a handful, I think about a dozen, that we're still kind of working through the criteria and confirming whether they're eligible or not. But the rest of the students, we are eligible for funding for them, and we are receiving funding for them. Couple other factors that we looked at are our ability to continue providing the services and be in compliance with IEPs, and what kind of time frame is realistic or would be the most effective and efficient for the coordination of a student from bringing a large group of students back for in-person learning. So when we started talking at the cabinet level September 13th, I think we came up with 8 scenarios. Might have even been 9, but I think that 9th one was a little fanciful, but we had 8 scenarios. And during the course of a couple hours of conversation there in cabinet, we pared it down to 3 scenarios that seemed to be realistically possible for consideration moving into the second 9 weeks. When we went to that principal cohort and discussed the 3 scenarios with them, we went through a plus delta analysis of each scenario, and there were a couple things that came out of that conversation. The first thing that came out of it was that scenario 3 was the least attractive to the principals, and there was the greatest number of roadblocks and things, and with a hopeful feeling about our projections of infection rates and the availability projections for COVID vaccines for ages 5 to 11, that probably wasn't the way we wanted to go. Actually, principals were pretty adamant about that. Looking at scenario 1 and 2, I can tell you that one of the things that came out, both in cabinet and with the principals, is that we are all very eager to get our students and our teachers back to in-person on campuses for learning. And then really what the conversation became is, when is the right time to do that? And after continuing to monitor and revisit the factors we talked about, the considerations, in the end, the best plan, according to cabinet and in our discussions, was to go with that scenario 1, which was based on infection rates, based on the availability of the vaccine, that we need to continue to offer remote learning for these students that are currently in the program through the end of the fall semester, December 17th, and then start a process immediately for the development of a plan to bring back students on January 4th, Tuesday, January 4th, I believe is the right date, but the beginning of the second semester. Today, we sent out a survey to all of the families with students in remote to gather information about, to verify, are they planning on sending their students continuing with remote now that we've announced that it's available, or are they planning on bringing their students back in person so that we can make the proper adjustments. Of course, anybody who wants to come back in person, we welcome that and we encourage that. After the first few hours of sending the survey out, last time I checked, we had 220 families saying they would be continuing to send their student, to have their student in the remote learning environment, and we had 4 saying they intended to bring their families back. So I don't know if that'll be a trend once we gather all the information, but we'll continue. We're going to keep that survey open until Wednesday, and that is a relatively short turnaround time, but we really need time for us, for area superintendents, for principals to work together to have accurate numbers and make determinations about any adjustments that need to be made to rosters. So that is the plan. Any questions?
Board members? Okay, no questions. Thank you so much.
All right.
We will move on to our early college high school update.
Item number 3, and I will be accompanied, or actually I'm accompanying Krista Carleen, our Assistant Superintendent, for Pathways and Innovation. All right. So, that's a great picture right there. We're here tonight for this third presentation to provide some information to our trustees and the public about early college high schools and what they are, and the benefits, and also to give you some specifics around the planning process for developing and then putting into play early college high school here in Leander ISD. So first, a little bit of general stuff, and then we'll get into more detail. What is an early college high school? It is a public school. It's a public school of choice. They're developed as a partnership between a high school and an institution of higher ed, in our case, Austin Community College. And it provides students opportunities to earn an associate's degree, or upwards beyond 60 plus credit hours at no cost to students. So they graduate concurrently from our system with their high school diploma and potentially an associate's degree. So a little bit of history. I know even before I came to the district, you all have had some conversation about early college high schools. But in 2018-19, we started up the Program Advisory Committee and within DWIC, and did asked our families, what are some programs and opportunities that you would like for your children that we don't currently have in the system. And that really kicked off some very useful conversation and insights relative to some interesting things that we've actually put into play, like dual language expansion, expansion of early childhood, STEM and tech middle school electives, just to mention a few that we've actually had the opportunity to put in place and that were packed full, like the instant that we offered it. Also, what came out of that was some ideas about a wider variety of choices at the high school level. And so that information was taken in the spring of 2019 by a district level school of choice committee. I say district level, but it did include principals as well. And from that committee came a recommendation for three things. One was an early childhood center and expansion of early childhood. Second was a high school of innovation, or it could have, I think it was actually 6 through 12 school of innovation. And then also there was an early college high school recommendation at that time. Fast forward to the 2019-2020 school year, late fall, early spring. Most of you'll recall the community conversations with our feeder patterns. We had 4,000 plus participants over the course of the different feeder patterns. And we've shared that information, the outcomes from that, a few different times at public meetings relative to a desire for more programmatic choices, a desire for some smaller school sizes, and so there we were. So 2020, 2021, last year, we applied for and entered into a planning year. So just to even think about it and to start planning for it, you need to apply with TEA, and we did that, and we were accepted for a planning year. So last year, we embarked on planning for the potential to have an early college high school here in LISD, and we did that in partnership with ACC. And then 2021, y'all have been here as the steering committee brought forth the recommendations, the final recommendations that came out of the Citizens Facilities Advisory Committee, which included a school of choice and early college high school. And then this year, we are in that kind of second year, what I would call a second year of planning, which would also be the year when we would work towards really earning that designation to be able to offer and implement an early college high school. Now I'm dying to hand this over to Krista, and I'm going to do that in about 45 seconds. I got one more slide. You've seen this slide before as well, but this is a slide that shows some data on our students relative to the Texas Success Initiative, or TSI, which is Texas's measure of college readiness. So interesting, if you look at the class of 2018 and the class of 2019 and the class of 2020, which is on the next slide, you'll see that just overall you can get a visual that the data is pretty consistent. There's not a lot of movement on this data. And what the data shows, if we go back on the class of 2018, first that left bar, that bar on the left side, those students were the students that met TSI, were considered college ready, which was about 2,000 of our graduates. There's about 500 that did not meet TSI in 2018. That's the bar on the right. But when you look at the bar on the left, you see the gray and the blue area above the line. Those are the students that met TSI and also attended college. What you see, the gold in that left bar, are the students that did meet TSI but did not go to college. That is an ideal grouping of students for an early college high school, and Crystal will talk a little bit more about that in a minute. When you look at the right bar, you'll notice, again, the gold section, students who is a little bit higher. This is students who did not meet TSI and did not go to college. And early college high schools can target those students. What's a really great spot to target for early college high school is that above the line, did not meet TSI, but did and were able to get into and accepted to go to either a 2-year or a 4-year college. Now those students were super, it's great news that they are going to college. They did get into college that fall after graduation. However, we know, not having met TSI, that those students will need to take 9 times out of 10, probably 10 times out of 10, they'll need to take the remedial courses in their freshman year that do not count towards their degree, but still cost the same amount of money for their parents. So those are some students that would be an ideal targeting for an early college high school. So ECHSs do expand opportunities, and you see some bullets on how they do it. Some students thrive better in a smaller setting. Some students are able to be incredibly successful in rigorous coursework and even in a college setting with additional wraparound academic and social supports. Going to classes on an ACC campus allows students to access support and resources on that campus. And then there have been questions in the past about extracurriculars. Early college high schools around the state of Texas do have clubs, do have activities, do have different sporting things, intramural sports and things like that for students to participate in and kind of have that more well-rounded experience. This is a great slide. If you look at tuition and fees and what it costs to get that associate's degree, right now, based on current tuition, it'll cost you, a little over 15 grand to do it at ACC, and it'll cost you almost 48,000 bucks to do it at UT. If you do it through an early college high school that we could offer in Leander ISD, it would be free to the students. For me, that's one of the most important selling points. Krista, why don't you talk about the difference between early college and those 60 credit hours and typical dual credit earnings on our campuses?
So we do have a great dual credit program currently in our district, but there is a difference between early college high school and our traditional dual credit program. One of the main things about that is the degree plan that comes along with an early college high school. So students can take up to, earn up to their 60 plus hours of college credit, and it's done in a sequence. So we're gonna look in a little bit at a 4-year plan so you can kind of see what a sequence might look like for a student. So in our traditional dual credit courses, the students get to pick some here or there. So they can earn anywhere from 3 to 24 college credit hours. Some may earn a little bit more than that, but they're not necessarily taken in a sequence. It's just up to the student and which courses they want to take. At an early college high school, we do have them following a plan that we work very closely with ACC to develop. And then also it provides an opportunity for students to start taking dual credit courses in the 9th grade. And so knowing that they're going to take them early, we provide the supports that they're going to need in order for them to be successful and get them ready. And then they're really immersed in a college-going culture. What that means is kids still get to be kids, so they still get to be high school kids, but they also get to learn about what's it like to go to college, what are the resources available to me, how do I take that coursework, how do I talk to my professors, how do I advocate for myself and ask for help, and then how do I be successful? And so they really get to do all of that, starting at that 9th grade level, so that when they do transition into a 4-year university, they're more comfortable with that and they know the resources that are available to them. So this is a sample 4-year plan. This is a sample. We have not completed our 4-year plan. We're currently in the works with that, crosswalking our dual credit courses with our current courses here in LISD. But we really wanted to include this because, as you can see, there is one dual credit course at the 9th grade level for students. You'll see they add additional ones in that 10th grade level. And then when you look at 11th and 12th grade, a majority of their courses are dual credit. This is where you'll see these particular students spend most of their time on the ACC campus in classes at ACC. And so the entire time from when they enter is us supporting them and getting them ready to be able to take that on as juniors and seniors and then transition to whatever their post-secondary plans are. Some may choose to end with their associate's degree and go into a career. Some may want to continue to a 4-year university. We're here to help them with the supports and anything they need in order to transition to whatever they choose to. So this is really about partnerships. So this is a partnership between TEA and Educate Texas. And one of the wonderful things they do is in this planning year, they provide us a coach. And so we have an early college high school coach who is helping guide us through this process. Then it's also a partnership between our school district and Austin Community College. So us and ACC really come together to provide these wraparound supports for our students. Both of us are focused on the students first, and we really want to make sure that this is as important, that we make the right decisions and the best decisions for our kids, and that we're supporting them at both areas. And so some things you will see, and we'll see a slide here in a little bit, you will have a counselor dedicated to this school. The counselor in the district is rather unique, dedicated to the school, because they have to really know what those dual credit courses are and work closely with ACC, even more so than maybe at some of our traditional high school campuses. One of the things also in that partnership is we have a blueprint for designation that we must follow. And in that blueprint, it has 6 different benchmarks. And so one of the things that we are doing is we currently have a leadership team who is working together to meet those benchmarks. And so that includes people from our student support services, our curriculum team, as well as our counseling team, to really make sure that we are aligning and planning. And so this is just a timeline of the planning process that they are currently undergoing. So from now until January, we're preparing for designation. So you'll see some of the things that they are working on. We'll come back and ask for approval to submit designation. Should that be approved, then in January, we hit the ground running with recruitment and marketing, and then hiring a staff. And then in April, we really shift to focusing on supports for our students as they enter and for our staff as they take on this new role. And then August, we would open up for a legacy class at our new early college high school. Currently, we have been in conversations with ACC to open that class on that ACC campus. So what does student recruitment look like? It will look like middle school visits, it will look like parent information nights, and it will look like marketing materials in different formats and languages. It is really important that every student knows that this is an option for them so that they can make the best choice available for them and their families. And so we know that I can't make the choice if I'm not aware of the choice. And so we're really going to go out there and work with our middle schools and make sure that our students know. Another great thing about this is I've seen people go into our AVID courses at the middle school to really talk about what that can look like as well. And so there's going to be different key ways that we go and recruit there. The student admissions process, so students will complete their application, so they'll be available in multiple languages. There'll be a committee review of applications, but should we receive more applications than spots available, then we may consider doing a lottery process. because we want to make it as transparent and fair as possible for students to get in. And then we have student interviews, so they have an understanding of what it means to be an early college high school student, and we know what supports they're going to need as well. And so what kind of student are we looking for an early college high school? So really any student can apply, but who might be interested in this? So these are students who prefer maybe a small school setting. So they want to be in the maximum per grade level would be about 125 students. So they really want to be in a small school setting. They may be underrepresented in our direct to college enrollment. So this may be a good way to help them move into college, whether 2 or 4, well, 2 year for sure, and then a 4 year after that. They may be a first generation college student. So Matt showed you some data of students who TSI ready, but aren't going to college. Why aren't they going to college? Some of that may just be, I don't know how to navigate the system and I need some supports and I need someone to tell me I can go, right? And so this would be a good school for them. They may prefer more personalized support to post-secondary. And so again, those supports are both coming from both directions, ACC and LISD. And so it will be very much more personalized for these students. And then we say that they're academically minded. So they're really going to be about wanting to take these dual credit courses and move into college. They may not be the band student. Maybe if I want to be a marching band, I'm going to stay at my campus. But here, it might be something that I'm looking at. I've seen students who are international water ski champions, and they choose something like an early college high school because they're finding their sports outside, but they want to concentrate on their academics in school. And so a student like that might also be interested. These are just some of the supports we provide. So again, a designated counselor and administrator, a staff that can be eligible to be adjunct faculty. So we might be looking at that. And then student services, one of the things I really like is there's a summer bridge program to connect any new ninth graders that are coming in. There's TSI preparation embedded. There's Avid for All. And then they have access to the ACC student resources. What's really great about that too is then they're aware, so when they do transfer into a 4-year university, it's just very natural to know what resources are available for your use as a student there. And so these are our next steps. We have scheduled some local visits to some early college high schools. October 6th is Elgin. I believe that's in the morning. And then in the afternoon of October 15th, we have Round Rock's Early College High School. If you are interested in attending some of those visits with us, will you please let Donna know? And then we will make sure to get you on to the visit. Sorry, Donna, I didn't know they were going to turn around right there. But we're really excited to be able to take some of you on those visits. And then we would complete the designation process and come back and ask for approval, and then begin our marketing campaign and recruitment.
All right, board members, any questions?
So excited. I just have one thing. I want to advocate for something that I've talked about before, but those transition year open houses where you're attending a college and career fair, I want it to be our transitional year open house. And so I think this is a great opportunity to launch this and be a part of that night. You know, when you're transitioning 5th to 6th or 8th to 9th, this would be a good fit for them.
It's excellent. Dual credits we have in place right now. It's a great program that we're doing. We do not anticipate, we've looked at it, any impact to the dual credit program that we have. This is not going to be a
You usually don't see a drain on the dual credit program because it is a small school setting. It is a unique student who really wants to do that. So you'll still see a robust, viable dual credit program when you open an early college high school.
I have a few questions. I have to preface my questions by saying I'm not opposed to an early college high school, never have been, but I have several questions. And just to clarify, this is a transfer away from your home comprehensive high school campus. You can't participate in extracurriculars there. This is reassignment to a different high school.
Correct.
And no per se extracurriculars. I mean, you can participate with,
I would say, different types of extracurriculars. So not your traditional extra
high school,
UIL curriculars.
That's right. You lose the connection to your the high school you're zoned to as a student. You can't participate in those campus activities.
Correct. So as with most public schools of choice, you are choosing to enroll into a totally different school than the one you're zoned to. Absolutely.
Okay. So a lot of my other questions revolve around kind of the way that our early college high school initiative has been wrapped into the bond proposal and that. So let me start with this. If the bond should not pass for any reason, is there any impact to our early college high school plan?
Not currently, because it is not on this current bond. There is a school of choice on this bond, but it was not for the early college high school. We will be opening, we've been working with ACC to begin courses on the San Gabriel campus. And so we would still continue with that plan and then provide that for a future bond.
Okay. That said, the early college high school was offered as a way to mitigate overcrowding at our high schools, particularly the high schools in a similar geographical area. But as I look at the presentation, it looks like we're capped at 125 students, at least initially, which would have a modest effect on overcrowding. But I want to understand what drives that cap or what controls that capacity.
So part of that is just the design of an early college high school, knowing that we are going to have students who need to take the TSI and take dual credit courses at 9th grade. Part of providing those wraparound services is keeping it as a smaller capacity, right? It's one of the advantages of having an early college high school, and you'll see a lot of success with those smaller schools there. And so that's where we really look at that cap when we do a standalone school. We're looking for the number of students that we can provide those services to, provide the wraparound support, and then create that unique experience for them. And so that's really what drives that cap of about 125. So then when you add a new grade level every year, then we'll get to our 500 students.
Okay, so the 125 is for freshmen only.
For freshmen only, yes, sir.
In the first year of the program. Okay. And then just to clarify, operationally, we still run this as a LISD campus, an LISD school. We're just doing it on ACC property. Is that accurate?
Correct. It is still an LISD school. Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. All right, board members, we'll move on to item 8B1, governance. We're going to go into board vacancy. Holly Wardell will come up and give us an update. And we'll discuss next steps.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gehring. Can you hear me okay? Thank you for this opportunity to provide some supplemental information about your options. The options remain the same as we discussed last meeting to fill the vacancy created by Mr. McKay's resignation from the board. Those are to fill the vacancy by appointment, which means that the majority of the remaining trustees could choose the replacement. The other option is to call a special election. The special election would need to be on a uniform election date. So that would mean either this November or next May. As it turns out, it's just not going to be feasible to get this on the ballot for this November. But you could call a special election for next May 2022. If you were to do that, the winner of that election would serve out the remainder of the term. In other words, until November 2024. We've got some preliminary figures from Williamson and Travis counties on the cost of a special election. They are very preliminary numbers. They can't give us specific numbers until they know how many parties will be participating in that election. However, what we do know is that normally, while the cost to the district for election services would be about $200,000, there's a possibility that next May that could be significantly reduced because there's going to be a supplemental constitutional amendment on the ballot, which means that the district's proportionate share of those election services would be reduced significantly. So the estimates that we got from Williamson and Travis counties were that your part would be $52,000 and $50,000 respectively. So you can expect the cost for the special election to be somewhere between $100,000 and $200,000, but closer to $100,000 is what we're thinking. Probably wouldn't count on it being less than $100,000. So those are those are the anticipated costs for the special election part of it. And then the other option, of course, is to fill the vacancy by appointment. And you have various options available for that as well. But that is it in a nutshell.
All right, so we need to select a process and open. Holly, I don't know if we necessarily need to vote on the process. Do we say what process we want, or do we want to call raising hands for selecting the process?
Yeah, someone needs to make a motion.
Okay.
And you need to decide whether, well, and you don't have to decide it tonight, but you could decide it tonight. I don't know what other information you would need to go forward with choosing the method that you want to use to fill the vacancy.
All right, board members?
I'm going to motion, can I do that? Can I make a motion? I motion that we appoint an individual to fill the vacancy within 180 days from September. No special election. I didn't do that right.
All right, Anna has a motion.
I second.
Christine has a second, and now we'll open for discussion.
I'm ready to go into closed session if we're ready to go.
I had a question. So when you talked about not possible for November, can you elaborate on that just so the community understands what that means and why we can't have a November election?
Right. Basically, by the time Mr. McKay tendered his resignation from the board, both Williamson and Travis County had already completed their process for getting the ballot ready. And so the school district contracts with the counties in order to run their elections. And they basically indicated that they wouldn't contract with the school district to change the ballot at that point. It was too late. They were already too far in their process. And so we wouldn't be able to get that done by November unless the district were to completely do the election themselves, which wasn't really feasible.
Okay, so then the next option is May, and that would be the next special election would be in May. And until that time, we would have to remain at the 6 board members.
Right. So it has to be on a uniform election date. And there is an Attorney General opinion from 2016, KP 102, that says if it's not feasible to get on the first uniform election date after the resignation, then you go to the next uniform election date, which would be May, even though that's outside the 180 days. So it's either or. You either appoint, and if you appoint, fill the vacancy by appointment, that person serves until November, and then that person can decide whether or not to run. But the spot is on the next trustee election, which would be November 2022. So that's different than if you have a special election in May, then the person would serve out the remainder of the term.
So we have a motion on the table. I think your motion was that we would agree to appoint. Just as a point of order, I think we need to settle that motion before we would consider going into closed session to talk about individuals. For my part, I will say very plainly, I don't think this is a revelation to anyone, but our community is pretty deeply divided and polarized and emotional. And I think appointment is fraught with difficulty in terms of perceived bias by members of our community. And I think in this environment, the best option, not only for us as board members, but for our community, is to allow our community to settle the question of replacing a board member at the ballot box. I think those principles of democracy are pretty robust, and I think our community's ability to accept that outcome significantly outweighs our community's ability to accept an appointment that we select, no matter who that individual might be. So for my part, I think I would strongly encourage consideration of the special election in May.
Holly, for the appointment process, if we end up voting for appoint, that means, though, that that seat is up for election. So we're not bypassing an election process. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. That seat is up for election and on a November ballot. Is that correct? Okay. And then is there anything, if we don't put somebody on the board and we stay with 6 members and we end up doing a vote and we get locked 3-3, is there any precedent at that time we could use to unlock us? Or would you need another member to?
Well, it needs to be a majority of the board, so 4 of you would have to agree. And you have 180 days to keep talking about that until you find somebody.
No, what I meant is if we don't have a person, so in other words, let's say we say, oh, we're going to wait until May to put somebody in place. That means this board will be operating without an additional voice. We'll be operating with 6 voices instead of 7 voices.
Right.
And that means that there's a possibility, I wouldn't say it's going to happen all the time, but there's that possibility that we may get a lock of 3-3. Is there anything that you're aware of legally, if we lock like that? Usually, if you have 7 members, you have 1 that could break a lock. Is there any way to break that?
No, you still need a majority. It just means the majority is still 4.
Yeah, it's no change. It's the same number it was before.
Absolutely. And that was going to be my point, is that we've been elected to complete board business. And I think going that long without being able to ensure that we can do board business is not a risk that I'm willing to take, that we need to be able to move things along. And if we get stuck at a 3-3, as Holly just said, we would not be able to move forward because we wouldn't have a majority. So I think, so yes, we have a motion and we have a second, right?
Moving to call the question, wait, I'm sorry.
I think the question of a deadlock, a 3-3 deadlock, is a little bit of an academic and kind of a silly criticism, because we had to get to 4 before, right? If you had 3 supporters for a motion, it failed before. And 3 supporters for a motion now still fails. That's
right,
nothing
and there's
changes.
been times where we've had 4. And so I think
that's my point. You still just have to get to 4.
Exactly, and we got to 4-3. And that's why we have 7 board members, so that you don't get locked in a 3-3. But regardless, elections are important. Elections do matter. That's why we're here. And there will be an election if we decide to go forward this way in November.
All right, board members, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor for an appointment, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I counting right? All those for an election, raise your hand. Oh, all those opposed. Sorry. 1, 2 opposed. All right. Then we'll move into an appointment discussion. Now, how we appoint that individual needs even more discussion. So there's tons of discussion along the way. We can move into closed to discuss appointment, but we cannot make it, no motions will be happening in closed. They have to come out. We also tonight have another appointment to consider, which would be our Williamson Central County Appraisal District, the WCAD Board of Directors. And I have asked our attorney, we can also put that and move to close for that.
Correct, under the personnel exception 551.074.
Okay. Should I move us to closed and take all of our closed? Is there anything? Let's go.
That would be the most efficient way to handle.
Because we've got a bunch of closed. So let's go ahead then. For purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government 551.082, deliberation whereby regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed, and Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, deliberate, the appointment, that's what we talked about, employment, evaluation, reassignment, and duties of a public officer or employee. There will be no action in closed. All has to come back out here into open. Board members and our community who's listening, I think an advantageous guess would be when we come back out. We have approximately an hour to 45 minutes left of discussions, but we will see what happens. Thank you very much.
We move into close at 11:21.
11:21, thank you.
All right, board members, it is midnight and we are back into open session. In regards to our agenda item, governance B1 on board vacancy, the board will consider to take time, will be taking time to consider possible names. And so this item will be up again on our October 7th agenda item as a possible action item. Are there any other motions from closed?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, a second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
And next motion, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the resolution nominating an individual to the Williamson Central Approval District WCAD Board of Directors, indicating a nomination for Hope Heisel Piper.
I second.
Have a motion from Gloria, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, board members, I heard that y'all thought I might say we had an hour and 45 left. What I meant is we had an hour or 45, maybe looking at the agenda items. We'll see how that goes. We're going to move to our next item, which is the strategic planning discussion. Item B2. Board members, remember we've been giving some names for these discussions, so Sarah's here to give us a quick update.
Yes, Sarah squared. There you go. All right. Good morning, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. We are here tonight just to provide a quick update to you all where we are on the strategic planning process. And I do have with me tonight Sarah Martinez, Dr. Sarah Martinez, our Director of Research and Program Evaluation, and I am honored that she is partnering with me as we are leading this exciting work in our district. So again, just wanting to provide an update because we have been super busy since the last time we've talked about strategic planning. So this document should look very familiar. It is the framework by which we are leading this process, and we were excited to, the last time we came together in August, we had finalized those priority goal areas with you all, and so we were then moving forward with those to launch the strategic planning process. So we just wanted to provide an update as to what we have been doing since the last time we've talked.
One of the first activities we did was to reconvene a community conversations, knowing that the last time that we had the community conversations was pre-COVID, and that there's a lot that's happened in our community. We felt like we had really robust information about hopes and dreams, which has driven the work that you all have done with vision, mission, core values, and the graduate profile. But we just really wanted to check back in with our community. We did do, although it was online, we did the same process where we started with hopes and dreams, and then we did a thought exchange examining or asking the folks that were participating, what is the most important thing that LISD should do for each and every child? And so we just wanted to share this. This is a very brief summary here. You can see on the left in 2020, those are the sort of major themes that came out just in 2020. On the right were some things that came out this time that was not included, or we did not hear at all back when we did this pre-COVID. And then in the center, you could see that there were quite a few things that also that were in both. So we are still focusing on providing quality education, safety, preparing for postgraduate, the adulting or preparing for life, choice and flexibility were the key themes that we found that came out in that conversation with both. The second half of our meeting, we asked to get specific feedback. Now that you all had established the 5 goal areas, we wanted to try to hear from our community if what they believed were some of the strengths or challenges. Strengths or celebrations, and then challenges. We also did this activity with DWIC, and so this represents about 160 people providing us direct feedback on celebrations and challenges. I went ahead and just themed this information. This is pretty preliminary, but we wanted to try to get it back to you right away. We just had this meeting last week. But you can see there were quite a few themes that fit across the different areas. For example, having a variety and quality of programs and resources was brought up when we asked about access, student learning, and learning environments. They came up across all 3 of those. And so we are now taking all of this information and we're going to be feeding it forward to our planning teams and steering committee that Sarah's about to talk to you about. So that's just a brief summary of our community conversations.
Thank you. Okay, so this, we actually have talked about this before, the structure that we are using for this process. We have a steering committee, planning teams, and advisory teams, and just wanted to update you. We had solicited you for names of recommendations for each of these teams. We also reached out to DWIC and cabinet members and campus leaders, really trying to make sure we had a wide variety of perspectives at the table. And I'm excited to share that we have invited 230 plus people to participate in this process, and that includes students, parents, community members, teachers, campus leaders, and district leaders. So we have our steering committee that will be actually meeting in the next couple of weeks, and our 5 planning team areas. So we're just super excited, and we're going to take all of this information that we've been gathering from the community conversations as well as the priority goal areas that will feed forward into this process.
And board members submitted some names for this part of the process. Have they, all the names we've submitted, have they all been contacted by now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Information went out. We actually have calendar invites that we'll be following up with tomorrow, but yes. So then what we also included for you, just to give you our timeline for our process. As we have talked about, it is a very ambitious process, but we definitely are excited about this work. And so you can see each month what we are ganting out with the goal of bringing you a final plan at the end of January for approval in February. Obviously, we'll be responsive to our system and to where we are to make sure that we're honoring the process, but we're really excited about next steps. And you can anticipate each month we'll be coming forward to bring you an update, to also get your feedback throughout this process, just to make sure that your voice stays throughout this whole step. So
Board members, any questions? Thank you. Sorry, Sarah jumped in a bit too quick. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate it. Thank you all for the update and all the great work. We'll move on next to operations. Agenda item C2, COVID-19 mitigation and considerations. Board members, this is a follow-up on discussions we had from our last meeting where we talked about what other mitigation efforts were being considered.
Hit the right button, it helps. Good evening, good morning, Madam President, Board of Trustees. At the last board meeting, you asked administration to go back and do some research into some possible items, and so that's what we're here tonight to present. We've got John Graham, Jimmy Gisler, and Carrie Limix-Baden here to give us some information on ventilation and filtration systems, some other COVID mitigation strategies, and looking at our workforce needs in our district right now. So that's what our presentation is for.
Good morning, trustees, Dr. Gearing. This evening, I'm going to talk a little bit about our current mitigating strategies, and I had an opportunity to talk a little bit about this earlier. We are still currently in the red stage, and our red stage is high situation or worsening situation within our area. We are still in a high situation, but we are improving and we are not worsening, especially in Leander ISD. You may have seen over the last week that Travis County has moved to stage 4. Williamson County has not currently moved to a different stage than red. One of the things that we do look at closely within the district is the amount of the average daily cases that we are seeing, and then also looking at our clusters that we talked a little bit about earlier. We are averaging around 15. We were actually at 14. We're 14 for this week of average daily cases. Since September 15th, we have actually been below the 2020 mark, and we've been at around the 15 mark since 9/15. And so, as you know, we were at a very high situation a few weeks ago, and through some strategies that we have used with the 3 feet spacing, current capacity limits, visitors restrictions, outdoor activity, restricting and moving things to outdoors, and the use of remote conferencing when we start to see clusters in classrooms, and then just overall the improvements in the area. We are starting to see things improve pretty dramatically over the last couple weeks when it comes to COVID cases in our district. We are hosting a testing center at Gupton. I do want to mention that we have opened a testing center at Cedar Park High School for staff only. And it's a site that we use that's in the center of the district. And if we know that we have staff that have been in contact with a COVID positive person, then they are able to access that site early in the morning. We open it at 5 a.m. and close it at 8 a.m. so staff have an early opportunity at Cedar Park High School. Our HR team works very closely with our staff to make sure that they know that that site is there, and we've had that up and going for about 2 weeks. That is where we are using the free tests that we received from the state. We received about 28,000 tests a few weeks ago, and it allows us to use those tests. It's a rapid test that we can use with our staff. It took us a little while to get it off ground because there was some training and some staffing, being able to eliminate the waste, and so there's a lot of different things that you have to do to become a testing site, and so we were able at Cedar Park High School to put that in place for our staff to have another opportunity to test. We are currently working through our Passport Health sites, and they're spread across the district, and staff members and families can continue to receive their COVID vaccine along with their flu vaccine, and those are happening throughout the district. Just a brief note that I haven't actually told anybody yet. I was working on it or got some information. We know that Pfizer has submitted to the FDA for potentially an approval of the 5 through 11 vaccine, and we have already started to prepare for that if that does get approved, where we could be a site to have vaccine clinics for 5 to 11-year-olds, partnering with a local health clinic that has already reached out for us with that. So that is good news. Mr. Johnson, you asked a question earlier, and I gave you partially information. I was correct about one. I had just looked at it today, and I was right on the October 5th is when the last campus returns. We do currently have 2 campuses out on, or 2 classrooms out on 2 campuses with clusters, and the October 5th is the date that the last one returns. So one of the things that I think's important is when we talk about mitigation strategies and moving to red, to yellow, to green, is we do look at different information. And some of the things that we are starting to look at that now that we have almost 9 weeks of school And as we watch the cases come in and we look at the area, probably the two biggest things that we look at in LISD is the average daily cases, and then the second is clusters. We do look at the Williamson County data, we do look at the Travis County data, and we know that they move from different stages and they use different metrics to determine which stage they move through. And so aligning to one of the counties does not necessarily make sense because the counties are not aligned themselves. And so the two biggest things that we are currently looking at are average daily cases and the amount of clusters that we're seeing in our schools. We are having a meeting of our cabinet on Monday, and it is one of our topics to look at what is those definite indicators to help us move to yellow. One of my, probably the most important team member of our COVID team has been out recently, and she returns on Monday, and I would not want to make a decision without having her voice. And so we have been waiting. Brandon and I actually talk about this daily. We have been waiting knowing that she would be returning soon, and we do not want to put anything down definitely or make any decisions without having that person back with us in person. And so we will have, I believe, Monday some good conversations that will help us really start to look at moving possibly to a next stage, that we are probably getting closer to those points because of the improving area in LISD and in our district. Just one last thing. We talked about, you asked questions the last time about barriers, and so it was very important for us to make sure that we spoke to our principals and had an opportunity to get feedback from them, because we always want to do and work with them to make the best decisions for their campuses. And so we did have our operational leadership meeting on September 14th, and in their level alikes, elementary, middle school, and high school, we did have conversations with them about COVID and to ensure that we spoke to them about are there barriers, what are those barriers that we may be that they may be facing, and to ensure that if there are barriers, please let us know so we can have those individual conversations with them to make sure that we're meeting their needs on campus.
Sorry, Jimmy. Madam President, board members, Dr. Gearing. Tonight I'm going to talk about the K-12 air cleaning technologies. One thing, I'm sure you're aware, since the pandemic started, we've been approached by, thousands of different vendors they have the solution. I mean, everybody has a solution for dealing with air cleaning technologies. And so as a district, our HVAC system's all designed around ASHRAE 62.1 guidelines. They drive the HVAC design industries. And so we utilize them as a resource on our air conditioning systems, air cleaning technology, advice, white papers. They provide a lot of information on the different technologies. And so in addition, we work with an engineering firm, MEP Engineering, extensive conversations with them about what they see. They deal with a lot of school districts. What are they seeing across what they see with different systems, different technologies, and not every system is appropriate for a school district. So you've got to really understand the spaces you're working in, the systems, and also working with kids, you've got to make sure something's safe. So we have a lot of conversations with that. One thing, ASHRAE and the CDC, they have a lot of indoor air quality recommendations, and the webinars I have been involved with, they always want to talk about dilute, exhaust, contain, and clean. And so what they're talking about is dilute your occupied spaces, exhaust them, and then also contain your indoor humidity, and then clean your building air. And so when you look at the dilute, the occupied spaces, what they're talking about is making sure you're putting a good amount of fresh air into your buildings. And so what they recommend is purging the air 2 hours prior to occupancy, and it runs all day, and then 2 hours post-occupancy. We've been doing that since August of 2020, and so we've taken care of that recommendation. The next one, you see exhaust occupied spaces. We do exhaust through just the building system, but also general, exhausting systems in the building. So we take care of that recommendation. When you talk about contain indoor humidity, you want to control your humidity in that 40 to 60% range, which helps minimize the growth of your viruses, bacteria, and fungi. So we do that. When they talk about clean building air, this is the big one about MERV filters. MERV 13, get a MERV 13 filter in. If your system won't be able to handle that, then the highest rated filter. And so what we have in our systems are MERV 13s and MERV 11s where the system won't be able to deal with it. And we've been doing that since August of 2020 also. And of course, last year, ESSER funds weren't available, so the district actually paid $1.1 million in premium to get the filters. In our district, we have just under 15,000 filters that have to be changed on a routine basis, and so that's why you see such a great expense of doing that.
Jimmy, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
On the clean step, based on COVID particle size, MERV 11 filters probably have a negligible filtering effect. MERV 13, maybe some substantial filtering, but certainly not everything. So I think there's maybe a material difference in the effect of those filters. Can you give me a sense for percentage of campuses that are on MERV 13 filters versus 11?
I don't have the exact number in front of me or with me, but there's a greater number of the MERV 13s, and you're correct, the COVID, is a small particle, and that's what they originally thought, it travels by itself, but now they're saying it's not just by itself that, pairs up with other particles in the air, so it's not just the size of, you do have some efficiency, but not as much as, a higher rated filter, but it's not as bad as, when they first started with the pandemic, COVID was by itself, and HEPA even had trouble capturing it. So now they're saying it doesn't travel alone in the airstream, it's pairing up with other particles. And so that's, some of the technology we're going to be talking about make it even a larger particle. So, but I can get you that number.
Just a ballpark, it sounds like we're a little bit more MERV 13 than MERV 11, but it's I don't know, 50-50-ish.
It all depends on the system, how big a filter you can get into it.
Yep, understood.
And so after the 4 recommendations that CDC and ASHRAE have put out, they have additional air cleaning technologies that are available. And of course, what we've looked at are these 6, or we talked about. Option 1 is your needlepoint bipolar ionization. Option 2 is your ultraviolet germicidal irradiation, or UVGI. And so you can put those in 2 different styles of your installation, either up air systems in your spaces, just below the ceiling, or put it in your system's actual air conditioning system where it just gets distributed, kills the particles in the system. And then option 3 is your high efficiency particulate air filters, or your HEPA. And then option 4 is photocatalytic oxidation. Option 5 is your vaporized hydrogen peroxide. And then option 6 was dry hydrogen peroxide. So we'll get into each of these. The next one, what I'm going to do is just briefly, I'm not going to read through everything, but I'll just give you a gist of it. Needlepoint bipolar ionization is basically have charges, they put charges of the air into the airstream, and what happens is it attracts other particles in the air, and they call it agglomeration, and those particles become larger, in which your filter systems capture even more of it. And so what this does, they, reduces the amount that are there. They get too heavy and they fall to the ground, or you get through your filter. Of course, the advantages, you do have a low equipment cost compared to other systems, low installation costs. It does fairly fast implementation, and then provides a solution for most type of a K-12 building spaces. And like I said, it does improve your filtration effectiveness. And one thing, if you look at this type of technology, it's very important that you always make sure it has a UL 2998 certification, which means has no ozone produced. There are systems out there that don't have that certification that can produce ozone, which is not good for your health, or especially in a classroom environment. And so some of the disadvantages, of course, it is considered an emerging technology. There's limited independent testing for the efficacy of the product. It does require manual verification of equipment operation, and that's with the testing equipment. When the HVAC guys go out there, they can very easily check it while they're there. Ion production may decay over time unless the electrodes are cleaned periodically. What they do have now are systems that are coming out that have self-cleaning electrodes. So as it's becoming a more utilized product, it is being improved as it's developed. And I will say Colleen, Huddle, Round Rock, and Eanes have all put some of this technology into their school systems today. Option 2 is the UVGI. It basically produces a UVC energy, which kills the pathogens. And then also, as you can see, it does kill it. And as I mentioned earlier, that can be installed in the upper space or into the airstream of the systems. This is a very proven technology that kills your bacteria and fungus. It's been implemented for decades. The upper room can be directly put into your rooms. Of course, you do have to make sure you have power that it can be plugged into, and then of course the generates little to no noise at all. The disadvantage, of course, is it is a higher equipment cost going in, and it's higher installation cost. You do have to replace the lamp bulbs periodically, usually 1 to 2 years. And then the upper room, depending on your classroom size, it might not clean to the center of your classroom, so you have to be careful with that. And it is expensive to maintain. And if you have it in a system, you got to make sure there are no plastic parts that are exposed by the UV rays, because it does degrade and end up destroying your plastic parts that it does expose.
Yeah, I understand too that if you're moving the air past the bulb too fast, it may not have much effect. So you may have to run the bulbs lengthwise, and then you got to calculate based on throughput and all that, right?
Yeah, and as we get into it, there's, for us, we have a very limited application in the school district for this technology. Option 3, of course, everybody's familiar with the portable high-efficiency particulate filters, the HEPA units. They do make HEPA filters for your actual air-conditioned systems, but it has to be designed for that top, because those filters take a huge amount of airflow, reduces it, and so if you don't have the right fan structure, you can't run HEPA filters in air conditioning. So we really look at the only option we have to consider is the portable systems. And of course, when we're talking about, we're actually talking about a commercial system, not a residential one. Because when you put something in a classroom, you really need something that's going to stand up into a classroom environment. And so that's what we look at. Of course, the advantages, very low installation costs. You get them rolled in there, you plug them in. And so, but they can be relocated easy, which I really like, because some instances, if we're put them in certain places, if it changes, you can move them around. Of course, and it takes very little power, as we've previously talked about. The one thing disadvantage is it does have for a commercial unit, it does have a high first cost. And they do produce an amount of noise in the classrooms, which, in learning environments, we actually design classroom spaces to a noise level of 40 to 45 decibel because students, if you start getting above that, students have a hard time hearing what's going on, and so you really hamper the learning environment. And so we work hard in our systems to really try to control the sound that we create with, equipment. So, and of course, you do have to replace the filters, and if you put these every classroom, then you got a whole lot more filters going to change, and it does get quite expensive. As I said, it's expensive to maintain. And then, of course, they do take up floor space, which some classrooms are pretty full as they are. The last three technologies we did go into, and number 4 is a photocatalytic oxidation. That is basically a titanium dioxide coated filter panel that primarily is used in large commercial and industrial buildings with centralized air distribution systems. We have very few really centralized systems like that. Most of ours are individual classroom units, and so this is not an application for, especially for LISD. Option 5 is your vaporized hydrogen peroxide. That's used mainly in hospital and laboratories, and so when you look at it, the space has to be unoccupied and you have to seal it when you vaporize, put that in there. So that's not appropriate for K-12 either. Option 6, dry hydrogen peroxide. It's an emerging in-room disinfectant, and it really hasn't gained much acceptance yet in the building types, including the K-12 world. So when we went to look at each type of school, we have the elementary schools, and as I mentioned, we looked at really for schools options, your needlepoint bipolar ionization, your UVGI, and then also the HEPA filters. And in a perfect world, if you wanted to start laying your additional layers of air cleaning technology, you could look at your bipolar ionization across the board in all those spaces. And if you did, that's about $3.8 million for just that. And then when we looked at upper room, the UVGI, we said that would be an appropriate use would be in the cafeterias if you wanted another layer of protection. That's about $852,000. And then in addition, we were really thinking because you have in the nurse's office and clinics, you have positive cases in those spaces. And so if we had portable HEPA units in those, that'd be an added layer of protection there. In the cafeteria, if we were going to do this, we'd do both of those solutions because you do have a high concentration of kids and no mask eating, talking, and so that's probably an appropriate place if you're going to stagger another layer of protection. For the middle school, it's the same situation. You can see same setup, needlepoint bipolarization across the board, and then having your UVGI and upper air in the cafeterias, and then your nurses, clinic, and offices in the isolation room. High school, we do have a little different here. When you get in spaces, it's not needlepoint bipolar ionization everywhere. In the PACs and auditoriums, that's where we'd say use your UVGI and the airstream in the systems. They were set up where we could get them in those systems, and you just use it there. But as far as same thing with nurses, office, and the isolation room. Then when you get to all these other buildings, you have the portable offices, of course, New Hope, Leo, you can see all the different buildings. Needlepoint would be a good application except for all those except for the administration building and technology. At that place, those two facilities, we'd recommend the Airstream UVGI systems for those two facilities. So when you look at the overall, the different options, if you were going to roll out all that protection, you're looking at $9.6 million at that to do that. And then with the COVID cases coming down, and we don't recommend doing all that, but if you want to do anything, we'd say do your nurses' clinic in your isolation rooms, the cafeterias, and then also portables. And so you can see the various costs, and that would total to $3.6 million.
This isn't on for action tonight.
Would this
No.
be something you need us to vote on, or is this something you want input on this evening, or what?
No, we're not
what do we-
voting tonight. It's information, and we'll hear what y'all, get direction from what you want to do, and we'll come back.
I would be interested in knowing later if this was ESSER funds that y'all had already kind of slated for this type of use, or is there something that you had slated that we'll have to move out to be able to cover, just so we get a bigger picture?
I don't know if you want to get Lane up here.
Y'all can just tell us in a Friday memo. I'm just saying for us to consider.
I have quite a few questions. I can just get with him later. I just want to know how long is implementation, I can't talk, guys, it's late. How long is this going to take to actually implement into our schools? I know, like, just an example off my head was the water bottle, station, and that was backlog. And that, we started schools getting this implemented in August. So I have a lot of questions about that. I'd love to sit down with you, Jimmy, just to kind of pick your brain.
I can just give you, I know when we were looking at needlepoint across the board, we were told by the vendors we could have enough of those and have those installed most likely by winter break if we started now. But because we're not recommending that, I think we definitely would have something. If you were to say we started October 1st, or it'd be October 7th at the next board meeting, it'd probably be the Christmas holidays, you'd have the 3.6 million installed.
And board members, I know, we get the material ahead of time and we'll try to call and ask questions. It doesn't mean that sometimes when we're hearing something, we don't have a question. You can completely ask that. I would like to be able to sit and noodle a bit on what's happening with ESSER dollars and all of that. So you could give me the figure tonight. I want time to kind of sit and think, since it's not up for an action item this evening. So board members, any other questions?
And we had one other thing. I know donation of the air purification systems, we do get requests, but we have held back on accepting those. One, because we do have certain environments, and if we truly think that there's a need, then we probably should be taking care of it and get our commercial units in there and take care of it. And so we don't want to just let everything go in there, because personally, I'd hate for parents to donate all this stuff and then no one maintain it and just get thrown away. And so there comes a responsibility with donations, and so we do want to be careful of that.
All right, so we're going to move into the staffing part of the presentation. And we wanted to first talk about how we got to the current state of our staffing issues. And it really came down to two things. Two major factors played into this. And one was the decreased student population last year. We made a conscious decision to not fill vacancies because of the reduced cleaning, reduced serving food, reduced routes for students. And so we kept those vacancies on hold and didn't fill them. When we got into the hiring season in June, we usually see a real uptick in applications for those positions. However, this year we did not see that uptick in applications for these positions. So as we moved into, as you can see in June, we had 100 in the table, we had 124 vacancies in CNS, and custodial 63, plant services 17, transportation 99. That is significantly higher than we would have had we filled, continued to staff and fill those positions in the spring well into the year. So with that deficit coming into the hiring season for the upcoming year, in addition to the decrease in applications, we had this kind of perfect storm of not being able to catch up and not being able to move forward. So that is what led to kind of where we are now. As you can see in the table, the next, if you're reading left to right, you can see that we have made progress. We have continued to hire. We're catching up. We've significantly reduced vacancies in CNS and in transportation specifically. One thing unique for transportation is from the time we hire to the time they can drive is 5 to 6 weeks. So we have this 5 to 6 week turnaround time where they're training and getting their CDL. So again, something unique to that position that continues to impact transportation. With custodial, we brought Kings on as the staffing service. They're having the same issues. They're just across the country is this decrease in applications for these support level positions. So what are we doing? These are, we quickly saw that we had, some issues, and these are things that we have continued to do, but really ramped up. These community partnerships. We partnered with the Leander Chamber to coordinate a citywide job fair to bring in applicants. Of course, we're working with Texas Workforce Commission. We created an intake form, which is really a quick application so that somebody can express interest very quickly and we can reach out to them instead of them having to go through this very elaborate application process to help grab those people that are interested in a job. Also sponsored listings on Indeed Recruitment to kind of keep our branding and our name out there. On the instructional side of the house, we have a very new program that Kimberly Waltman in special education has been coordinating and spearheading for IA recruitment from other countries. This is the same concept that we used with the Spirit Exchange for our teachers. So we have offered to 3 IAs from different countries. We have 4 that we are in process, and then they have 10 more that they are screening for us. So this looks to be like a very, very productive partnership with GeoVisions for IAs anyway on that side. So we're very excited about that. And then you can see all of the outreach to colleges, universities, hosting career fairs, using our virtual platform to try and get those applicants into the system. So then we move into what can we do? So we wanted to bring forward a couple of options for the board to consider. One of those options is a retention incentive. Our turnover rate is lower this year thus far, and so our goal is to keep as many of those individuals in the positions currently that we have secured, as well as continue to recruit and hire. One way to do that is through a retention incentive for those positions that we are having difficulty finding applicants for, and it would be these particular positions in this graph, or in this table, I'm sorry. This is a short-term solution. This would be paid out at the end of the year. We've provided 2 alternatives, a $500 bonus and a $750 bonus for consideration. Then we also have the pending auxiliary market scale adjustment. When we did the total rewards presentation in May of last year, you might recall that we held part of that recommendation due to budget constraints. There was an additional $600,000 that we let you know that we would be putting into the next year's budget to fulfill that market adjustment for those scales. If the board chose to, you could certainly implement that early and do that now, as opposed to waiting till the 22-23 budget year. This is a long-term solution to probably a long-term problem. We know that other districts are going to continue to increase their scales as well. So, the more quickly we can catch up, the better off that we will be able to meet those market demands. One side note to this recommendation as well is Kings, the custodial staffing service, ran a little experiment with some some fake ads in Austin, Cedar Park, Leander. And what they did is they posted 3 different rates. The first one was $11.75 to $12 an hour. The second one was $13 an hour. And the third one was $15 an hour. They wanted to see if that would spark more applicants for those positions. And I'm gonna have to put my glasses on. For the $11 to $12 range, there was 235 views that resulted in 10 applicants. When they went to $13 an hour, it went to 333 and 23 applicants. When they did the $15, it went to 450 and 89 applicants. So it seems that $15 was kind of that sweet spot for applicants to really, come into that. We know Dairy Queen's at $15 an hour. Multiple places are at that $15 an hour. We know that that's not possible for these positions, but it gave us an idea that money does matter. They want that. At least we need to be at that market competitiveness. So just a side note of something that they did to kind of show that market does matter, market competitive matters. All right, so we'll just talk about subs for just a moment. As y'all know, we partnered with ESS to take over the sub program filling of those sub positions. What we wanted to show is in that top graph, that's a snapshot of spring 2021. So as you can see, they came on in January, February, and really made significant progress very quickly into the spring. They were up to 80% fill rate by May. They were onboarding, subs every week, and we were continuing to see that fill rate increase. The chart below shows where we are currently from August to current. And although they're making progress, the Delta variant hit, and they have struggled like everybody else has struggled to find people for these positions. Although we have, currently 785 active subs in our system, we only have about 150 to 280 working on any given day. Our subs have the same concerns that everybody else does. They have COVID concerns, they have mask concerns, they have family issues, and so they have the same concerns. Getting them to work and pick up assignments regularly and consistently has definitely been a challenge. They continue to have orientations twice a week. They've got 200 in progress, 200 subs in progress. And just as a reminder, the ESS can do some things that we can't, which is why we went with them. And that is they've done the Friday, Monday contest challenges because that's our greatest fill needs, are Fridays and Mondays. And then they're doing total number of assignment incentives. Those are some of the things that we can't really do as a public entity. They're also recruiting subs, for our virtual remote program, and then doing some specific sub training. So, they've also they've also added staff to help recruit. They now have 3 staff on our account, which we wouldn't be able to push 3 FTE resources at a program if it was under us. So as you can see, they are making progress. We're up into the 70s. They really hope to be in the 80s by the end of October. They're giving it everything they've got to get there and give incentives for these employees. So one of the things we did want to bring to your attention, we have brought forward recommendations for sub-pay options. Over the last several years, we have not made a pay increase to our sub rates of pay for 3 years, with the exception of the SPED. We added a SPED additional amount for our SPED assignments. So as you can see in that top chart, if you're reading from left to right, the local market, we have fallen into the 82 to 93% range, market range, and then with Round Rock specifically, 69 to 96. So we have fallen behind, and districts have made adjustments mid-year. They've made adjustments year over year, and we know that just is always going to lead. When we don't make any adjustments, it's going to lead to that exponential market decrease. So we have a couple of options for consideration. Option 1 is to become competitive with the market, which is a little bit less. It would put us at $1.2 million. Option 2 is bringing us up to competitive with Round Rock, because they're our closest district, they're our greatest competitor for applicants and staff. It's an additional $300,000 for a total of $1.5 million. And then, there's various ways to pull all of these options together. I will say that the high need retention incentive could be covered by ESSER funds. That is a one-time payment, so that is not an ongoing budget add, whereas the scale adjustments and the substitute pay increase would be an ongoing budget add as we move forward. So again, you can mix and match any of those options any way you want, or none at all. We just wanted to provide you with some information and some options for your consideration. And again, we're not asking for action tonight. So you have time. If you have questions, you can certainly reach out to me, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Awesome. Elaine, can we go ahead and let's just open up agenda item 7, A, B, C, D, E, business and finance monthly reports, and get you up here. We can kind of take all these agendas at the same time, because I think there's similar questions.
Share with you.
So Board of Trustees will continue to noodle on these things. Elaine, any insight on, as we go through the noodling process, what are your thoughts on these estimations or these things that you think we should consider or continue to ponder as we take these under consideration?
Do you want my honest opinion? This is the stuff that keeps me awake at night. I know that we're about to enter budget season and we're starting in a deficit. And all we've done is taken revenue hits and add. But I also know that if we don't do something, we are not going to be able to help these departments that are bleeding badly. Yes, we have ESSER funds that we can manage a lot of this now. It's 2 years down the road that gives me really heartache. These labor issues I don't think are going away. So we've got to do something to help these departments.
Board members, any other questions?
Just one for me. I think I agree with you, Elaine. My desire would be to look at this in a holistic way rather than nibbling at one area of our staffing issues and then another area and another area and so on. So I'd kind of like to be able to do that comprehensively as best we can rather than not knowing what we haven't seen yet, right?
Elaine, what would that look like? Let's say if I'm saying the words right, looked at this comprehensively with staffing. Is this something we could accomplish in a meeting, or do you think that would be like part of the budget process and we wouldn't have resolution until sometime down the road?
Well, I think that's the conundrum here. We need to do something now to get vacancies filled and to keep the people that we have in jobs. But we also have a bigger picture, budget picture that isn't going to start we're working on it already, but I don't know that we can wait. That's why I like the retention incentive, because it is not something we're married to, but it is a way to reward the employees that we have and maybe attract additional employees through that. This isn't something you can just throw together overnight. As you know, there's a lot of considerations. HR spends months preparing the compensation plan. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Can y'all prepare what staff would recommend and bring something back to us as a recommendation for our next meeting?
Maybe not the next meeting, because it has to be posted tomorrow or today, later today.
In a few hours. So that's what I want your opinion on. So it would be the 2nd October?
The 2nd October meeting, yes.
Okay. Board members, what do you think about asking administration to go work on this and bring us back a recommendation?
I would actually I told Carrie Lynn, I actually took a TASB at the conference on pay scales and how to be competitive in the market. So I'd love to have a one-on-one conversation if y'all are okay with that with Carrie Lynn, just to kind of whatever I learned there.
Madam President, may I just clarify exactly what you wanted us to bring back that is not currently in the presentation?
recommendation for the staffing and recommendation, if y'all have any, for air filtration.
Or do y'all have a recommendation on option 1 or option 2 right now? Are y'all ready to make that recommendation?
I think I would prefer to have further conversation with the team and bring that back to you on the 21st.
And board members, let's also please reach out to administration if y'all have any questions, and we'll continue to move forward. All right, Elaine, do you want to go ahead and talk to us about 7A, B, C, D, and E while we have you up there?
Yes, I just have to figure out what those are.
The Business and Finance Monthly Reports.
Okay, so since we're on the topic of ESSER, if I can jump there, that is in the financial report. So we have included a new report this month, probably on page, I don't have all the pages printed out, so page 3 or 4, it looks different than the other financials. And what this is an overview of all of the federal funds that have been received to date. So to date, we have been notified of just under $36 million in the various ESSER pots of money. And then below that, you can see what has been spent to date. It doesn't look like a lot has been spent because a lot of what we're using this for is salaries, and teachers just received their first payment for the fiscal year this month. So at the bottom of this page, you have what has been allocated to projects or people to date, which leaves us with just over $19 million. What I would really like to be able to do with this is split it over partly this budget year and next budget year to help the deficit that we're going into. The information that we discussed this night tonight has a big impact on what we do with that $19 million.
Board members, any questions? Elaine, anything else you think we should know? Because this sheet will be one we'll keep pondering a bit more.
We will include this each month going forward, so you'll have a snapshot of where we are with the other financials. It looks different because of the way we're budgeting, and I want to give you a whole picture. If I just show you expenditures, it doesn't show you that we have a plan for the rest of the funds.
The other thing I'm struggling with too, and I'm looking at the numbers, is this shows us like outside, here's where the ESSER funds went. I am curious as to how they're going into the program. Like you said, a good percentage of this is going into salaries, but then there's another percent. So I'm trying to see that comprehensive picture. I don't know what would help me with that, but
I don't know if maybe we put a narrative. So for right now, ESSER 2 is funding virtual learning and additional pre-K aids. ESSER 3 has instructional coaches, software, hotspots. We had planned to use ESSER 3 for the student success facilitators to address learning loss, but when we received ESSER 3 supplement, it has a 60% spend requirement towards learning loss, and so we shifted those costs to the supplement to meet those requirements. And so this has been a juggling act. As we get new funds with new requirements, it causes us to rethink our plan. And so we're looking at ESSER 3 and ESSER 3 SUP together. We're one of the few districts in the state that received the supplemental, so it's not talked about a lot because it didn't affect every district, but it falls under ESSER 3, and so we're grouping those together for our compliance purposes to make sure we spend what is required on learning loss and have the funds to do the programs that the district has deemed best for students.
I will email you this, but I was wondering how, with the new SHARS program and the way it's being calculated, I'm just curious to see what that's going to look like for our district, but we can talk later. Okay.
that goes back to that holistic picture that we're still trying to see how it's all going to end up. hitting the crystal ball there, and there's so many other discussions still out with special sessions. So thank you, Elaine, for staying on this, doing such a tremendous job, and keeping us updated. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, board members, we're going to go ahead and call Jimmy up. So I'm going to go backwards. I'm going up right here. For items 4 and 5, consider approval of selection of construction delivery method for future 2021 bond projects, and consider approval of request for qualifications for architecture engineering services for future 2021 bond projects.
Madam President, board members, Dr. Gearing, as Trish just mentioned, we're trying to get ahead of, in planning in case the bond is approved. We want to be ready to move forward. We did provide a list of projects, and as you can see, there's about 55 projects that will be needed to be worked on over the next 3 years. And so we will group together projects that make sense and, award, bring back recommendation for architects and CMs on different projects as we group them together. But it's just to try to take advantage of the next 6 weeks of, advertising and just getting information out and getting it back. The recommendation most likely would be towards the end of November coming back to the board. And so we're just asking for approval tonight so we can get that process rolling. And everything will be, of course, in the RFP and RFQ will be a stipulation that it's all contingent upon the bond passing. So everybody will know as they submit their proposals that bond doesn't pass, then no work will be awarded. But it's just taking advantage of the time.
Board members, any questions about this process or what this means? Jimmy, when we talked about the approval of selection of a construction delivery method, CMAR, the one step, we had talked about this before we had, I know, our two newest board members, but remind me why CMAR is the recommendation you are going with again?
One, I will say, especially in these times of the volatility and pricing, it's very important that we have someone on board that, as we're designing and doing things, getting up to the minute pricing information, as well as you design and you start doing things, you get GMPs, you start ordering product early. And so if you do a hard bid, you got to design it, bid it, and then you order, and you've got to wait till your products. So this saves a lot of time, and it's really important. The market we're dealing right now, we're having a lot of issues with supply chain, just like everybody is. And so this is just trying to buy some insurance to be able to, when we need to order something, we can do it.
All right, for item 8C4, I need either to know what other questions we have or a motion.
I move that the board authorize the administration to begin the request for qualifications process for the selection of architects/engineers for future 2021 bond projects.
All right, and that's item 8C5 that we have a motion for. There's
Second.
a motion from Christine, second from Anna. Are there any other questions, board members? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, item 8C4, I either need a motion or questions.
You said 8C4? Okay. I move that the board approve the one-step construction manager at risk delivery method for the construction of the future 2021 bond projects and authorize the administration to receive and evaluate the requests for proposals.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, a second from Christine. Is there any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move to the last item, second to last item here on the agenda. Discussion of the 2021-2022 School Health Advisory Committee membership recommendation. I think this is a short subject item, but still very important.
Good evening or morning, whichever way you want to look at it. I'm here to bring forward the membership list for the School Health Advisory Committee. I'm happy to report that we had 39 parents and / community members, so that was broke out as 34 parents, 5 community. And then we have 11 district staff, which is 3 campus principals and then 8 district staff. Of those, we had 12 that were appointed by the board based off of our bylaws that we worked on this previous year with the SHAC committee.
Board members, this is not on a motion tonight for approval, but for discussion item. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I do. I'm a little frustrated, a little disappointed that we haven't yet had a formal discussion of the bylaws, in particular the membership component of the bylaws for the SHAC. It's something I've been recommending that the board review since the report that the SHAC provided last year. I'm concerned that the direction we're going here may not comply with statute. I've indicated that concern before. It's late. I'm not going to bore you with the statute. I could read the statute to you, but it very clearly contemplates that the board appoints is the word in the statute, these SHAC members. And as one example, just a random example, I pulled the bylaws, the practice from Austin ISD for their SHAC. In Austin ISD, their board members nominate 2 SHAC members each. They have 9 board members, so that's 18 SHAC board members or SHAC committee members. And then per the bylaws, the board has authorized the superintendent to appoint 5 others from specific categories to participate in the SHAC. So the total membership of their SHAC is 23, and of those 23, 18 are named specifically by the board, and the other 5 by bylaws are allocated to the superintendent to appoint. We're in a very different place where we're just accepting nominations, or I shouldn't say nominations, we're accepting community member volunteers who are not appointed by board members directly. And so I'm concerned about that process. And like I say, I'm a little frustrated that we haven't had an opportunity to discuss and review this. And here we are with a list of folks who've already indicated a desire to participate. I feel like we've got the cart in front of the horse in spite of my request to try and get us in proper order before now. So to that point, I have withheld any nominations from the SHAC for this year because I feel like we need to get this right. We need to get this resolved before we go forward another year. So, Madam President, I'm not sure how you'd like to proceed, but my recommendation is that we need to formally review the bylaws, particularly around membership. I think we need to take a look at the statute, and we need to decide how we're going to go forward. I would add as a final note that we've talked for probably close to a year at various points about committees generally and how we appoint folks to participate in committees. We've talked about having a conversation about that many times over the past year. I've asked numerous times in the past few months to try and have that conversation before we start loading up committee memberships and all that sort of stuff for this year. We have not had that conversation. And so I'm, again, doubly frustrated that we've got CCAC nominations and all sorts of other things taking off for the new school year, and we haven't yet had that conversation to try and get organized, aligned, consistent in our approach, and so on. So I'll stop my comment there for now, but I do have folks I'd like to recommend to SHAC, but I was withholding those because I think we need to have this conversation first.
Okay. Sean, we're going to need to have you come up, make sure we've got this right. And I also feel like there might be some miscommunication on my part, so I want to make sure I understand, because we did have a conversation, Aaron, and I thought you were going to reach out to our attorney, because I do think that's a great idea to say, how does our policy work when we're putting parent appointees or community appointees into committees. And maybe I didn't ask right. It doesn't matter. We've got to move forward now. How are we going to move forward? Sean, I am under the impression that our bylaws, that's already adopted and formally, like there's a process. They did that. As a board, we don't review their bylaws, but as a board, we can review our policy on how we want to appoint parents on a committee. Can you help me make sure I've got the right language as we're talking about?
That is correct. And your method for appointing is really up to you as a board. It can come as a slate, as it has here, and then by motion and action of the board, that can be adopted, and that is sufficient to meet the appointment requirement. It's up to you as a matter of style how you would like that to occur, though. Clearly, Trustee Johnson has given an example of a different methodology that has been adopted in another district that has a little more direct board involvement. It's not that this process, so my understanding, doesn't have direct board involvement. I think that you all have your opportunity to make those recommendations. And again, on the other hand, there's nothing that would stop you from reviewing those bylaws if you wish to. There's nothing that prevents the board from doing so, but as you've indicated, those bylaws were adopted by the SHAC, and so that's a consideration, is whether you want to go on and step in place of that or not.
Just to clarify, the statute supersedes bylaws, right? We still have to follow the statute no matter what the bylaws for the SHAC suggest. The second thing I would say is, as I look at our current bylaws, we've got an indication of how trustees appoint members to the SHAC, but I don't see anything else that suggests that SHAC members can be appointed any other way per the current bylaws that we've been given, right? So that would suggest, as I read our bylaws, that we have folks already signed up on this list that weren't appointed by board members, and so per the bylaws shouldn't be included in the SHAC membership.
I have a question. I know that we have BDF, a policy, and it goes into SHAC and how we appoint. Does that take precedent over SHAC's bylaws, like what we have here? Because it looks like it was passed, and
they have to be like in order, so the bylaws can't supersede the policy that we have in place.
So yeah, we have
just
policy
like it
in
doesn't
place.
supersede statute. If statute's quiet, then you've got our policy's quiet, then bylaws.
So yeah, I mean, I guess my question is because we can't touch SHAC's bylaws, right? That's their committees. Am I understanding that right, Sean?
Well, no, I'm not suggesting that you can't intervene with that. I'm just saying that that's another bailiwick you'd have to deal with. You'd be dealing with the public who participated in the creation of those bylaws.
Yeah, I ain't touching that. I guess my question is so we have this policy, BDF legal, in regards to SHAC, and it talks about the appointment and whatnot. What you're trying to get at, would that be something the policy committee takes back?
Put that into policy committee and have them work on this and bring something back.
Sorry, thank y'all for clarifying that.
So I guess my question, I mean, if we send this back to the policy committee, my question is, what's Brandon doing with the SHAC in the meantime?
So the only requirement I understand is that we have to have 4 meetings a year by law. And so we can definitely push or postpone. It has been tradition, I'll say it's been tradition, to do a couple of those in the fall and a couple in the spring in preparation to bring you recommendations by a May or June board meeting. So outside of that, if it's the board's wish, we can definitely push that.
I just want to add a comment. I've several SHAC members have talked about, sorry, Brandon, meeting more than 4 times a year and actually utilizing this as a true district committee. So just throwing that out there for you policy people.
And this is the first time they've kind of got their bylaws in place. They're kind of ready to go. Is there any reason why we would think that a policy discussion with the policy committee would need more than could we pull this back at our 2nd October meeting?
That's a good question. We are currently trying to get together dates to get the policy committee together for update 117, and trying to get that off our plate before update 118 is supposed to release sometime here in mid-October. So it's possible we could get a committee meeting together before the second October meeting, but no guarantees at this point because we've only got a couple of commitments so far from folks on dates that they're available. But I can check back with my staff and have them double down on an effort to try to find available dates and see if we can pull that together in time in order to properly notice it for the next meeting.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on this item tonight?
Just one related follow-up on our other committees. I guess I'd ask fellow board members if there's a continuing desire, like I think there has been expressed over the last year or so, to have a formal discussion about how committees function, how board members nominate folks from the community to those committees. And I think Dr. Gearing has a significant role in this as well. I mean, SHAC is unique because by statute, those are board-appointed committee members. Other committees function as administrative committees, not board-appointed, statutorily supported committees, so they function a little bit differently. But I think a full discussion about how we define our set of committees and how we nominate folks to participate and all of that, I think a unifying conversation there could be helpful.
I'm with Aaron on this one. Y'all know how I feel about committees. If we're going to truly empower our parents' voice, then we need to make this a strong foundation and make them, a good committee.
And kind of knowing the length of our meetings, you've seen the agenda, the board members saw what this agenda was, and actually we're trying to help make it so it wasn't as long. Trust me, this could have been longer. There's a lot of items the district needs to bring before us and talk. Should we look at a workshop date on community engagement, that transparency piece, to really kind of get in there? I've heard several different things that we've wanted to talk about, especially from TASA TASB conference, about type of community engagement. Is that something that needs to be a different meeting, or are we looking at putting this on like a November meeting then?
Well, I guess my question is in regards to committees, sorry, policy people, but is that a policy thing for y'all to go look at? Is that something, is that an actual agenda item? I guess for me is, like Aaron said, we have our board committees and then we have administration committees, and I even have a hard time sometimes differentiating, what as a board member we get to have, say and whatnot. I truly, and I don't hate adding more things, but I have, since I've got on this board, I've really wanted to take a deep dive into our committees. And by that, making sure that these committees are set up to succeed, and that, y'all know how I feel about the CAC. I felt like it was rushed, I just felt like we need something more clarity, more transparent. And I don't know what that looks like, Trish. So I'm sorry.
No. So Sean, how about this? We have a discussion that's coming up possibly on the 27th with this policy, at least what we're talking about with BED. And then could you put together some type of summary or something that we can look at that time to go, okay, here's all the policy we would open up, or here's kind of your step from a legal point of what we would need to do next to take a look at all of our committees?
I would suggest that maybe I consult with your board counsel on that as well.
Okay.
Because some of this really doesn't lie within policy. It really lies within your board operating procedures, and she's been working intimately with you on that particular document. So.
All right. Board members, we do have the changes that we've done so far for that are being circulated right now. Those discussions on board operating procedures will be on our October 7th agenda. That does not mean we can't pull up even more. And if we do and it goes into board policy, then it'll go into the board operating procedure committee. And then we take it up. So yeah, please, if you'll just give us some kind of flow chart of where we need to go to have those next level discussions, that would be helpful.
Madam President, one final thing. Whatever's decided, we do need a representative from the Board of Trustees as part of that process for SHAC.
Okay. All right. And we'll see what we can do as far as at least talking about our board trustee at our next meeting then. Or do y'all want to wait and pull them all up at the same time on the 27th or whenever that second meeting is?
That's fine.
Okay, we'll do it all then at that second one. Okay. All right, board
Hold
member.
one.
Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
think Aaron had one more thing there, and so did I, but Aaron, your mic was.
I was just going to offer to Sean, I think maybe if we want to have with a couple of board members some conversations in the run-up to the meeting on the 27th, just to kind of accelerate this. I'm really not trying to drag it out, but I think we need to have a robust conversation at the board level, but maybe we can seed that conversation with a couple of recommendations or some sort of options or scenarios or something like that. So if we can collaborate in the meantime, happy to help do that.
I have a question about those. You said you withheld nominations for Shaq because of that. I did not submit my nominations in time. And so I'm asking the board and Brandon, could we be given another week to submit names for that?
I think it's whatever the will of the board is at that point, because y'all are, as it's been stated, appointing whatever that process will look like.
So I'm good with it.
Okay. All right, we'll look at our next to last item, the board meeting debrief. Board members, we keep talking about it, and we're going to do a 2-minute summary right here. If you look at the link to the board debrief summary, questions aren't perfect right now. You can fill them out online later, tomorrow, the next week, whatever. But what I'd like to do is at the very end, you'll know David Langford, Anna and I did talked about continuous improvement tools. He asked a question, is in 30-minute increments, how long do you think the meeting should have been? I'm not going to ask you to think of those numbers right now, but here's what I want to know. Do you think the meeting, looking at the agenda and the things that we got accomplished tonight, was too short of a time that we met on this, too long of a time, or just right? So, Anna. You want me to go now? Yeah, too long, just right, or too short? Just no comment. Yeah, just too long, too short, just right.
Too long.
Okay, Alexis? Too long. Okay, Christine?
Too long.
Okay, Gloria?
Too long.
Okay, Aaron?
Just right.
Okay, too long. So I think what I'd like you to do is if you think the meeting was too long, to look at yourself and go, okay, what could I have done to help that process? Think about that as we go into our next meeting. On average, we spend 6 hours to 7 hours. No matter, it seems like the agenda link, our public comment, we're averaging 6 to 7 hours for a meeting. So things to noodle on. We're going to take as long as we need to discuss the stuff we need to for kiddos. But however I can help in the process, consider to let me know as well, Ardana. And yes, please fill out that form when you get a chance. Other than that, there's no objection. We will go ahead and adjourn our meeting. It is 1:22 a.m.